Audio on. Hello, you can hear us now, dreamers. And now you can see us visually on your screens. I hit the transition button, right?
Did you?
Or no, in a couple seconds.
Okay, yeah, I think I actually
I don't know.
I think I clicked slightly
I see it.
off it.
I see
Hello, and welcome to High Road, our D&D 5e actual play game. Last time on High Road, our heroes journeyed to a healing spring to learn more about themselves, heal themselves of their own wounded ailments, received visions and dreams about an old curse that certain party members are going to have to come to terms with one day, and solved a cool logic puzzle you might have known from every video game where you can step on squares ever. So this time we're leading into further events here at this dunking pool with the Naiad, and as the party gets a respite after a very long dungeon, they find that their friend Lonnie has an old acquaintance here. Would love to ask her lots of questions. She's really not game for it. If you'd like to impact the flow of events tonight, there are two main ways. One is to scroll down to the About Me section, click on Money Honey, type in the number, and give the channel the money. And that will make the Wild Magic Surge bar to my left go up. When it reaches $50 on this or another stream of ours, the money rolls over until it hits 50. A Wild Magic Surge will occur that will change the nature of the battlefield, have all sorts of events unfold, and generally speaking, be a big game-changing moment. The other way is for no real money and just channel points that you accrue by watching and clicking the little gold chest. You can do something called Dangerous to Go Alone for 2,000 channel points. Type in a character's name, and then I give them an item or insight that I believe will help them in the moment. That's helped twist the tale multiple times, so don't count it out. And all that said and done, I believe it is time to lead back into the game as we find ourselves here at the pond's edge, or like kind of in the pond. I feel like everyone but Lonnie is in at this point. Because Zion and Hiroshi got involved in the Tento dungeon. Oh yeah, 120L and Lumi, you know, fair, yeah. So yeah, the Tabuncula is kind of like, you know, looking between like Tento and Lonnie and like, what's going on here? As it seems that one of her companions had quite a bit going on inside of him, and is opting to not have a cursed connection severed. And, you know, Lonnie's real fascinated to have a conversation. Tabuncula's real fascinated to have a conversation with Lonnie. The Naiad's just sort of chilling on her islet. As this occurs, Hiroshi, Zion, you've just finished giving Tento the big dunk. He seems fine. He seems actually more than fine. He's downright radiant. His eyes beam with a new healthy light, unlike the sickly green biting eye that you'd seen grow in there. It's like you're seeing his pupils again for the first time. And it seems like peace has overcome him. There's this blue dull glow to his birthmarks, and these roots formed across his body as an Ilkiros halfling. And yeah, what would your initial reactions be as you're just splashing around in the water after that?
Zion, is that his natural eye color? I can't remember. Let's dunk him again.
Like, no, just stop.
not.
Stop. Yeah, what?
Push his head under the water.
Is he dead yet?
Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
Tento's
like, wait, let's say, stop it. I'll remember this.
Get a little message that says Tento will remember this in the top left of your screen as you push him into the healing waters again. But Tento, it's actually quite pleasant, and even like, you know, you under the, like a salt water or pool water or God forbid river water, depending on the river. Like there's a bit of a to your eyes after you come up, but not so here. It's very much like, you know, just for me, baby's no cry formula water here. It is just like cleanly washing off over you. You feel rejuvenated, honestly. It's like it's splashing all over you, but it's like you just had a delicious draught of water, which is quite refreshing after, you know, nearly spasming and choking to, I mean, not death, but serious bodily harm. And yeah, you're just overwhelmed by this sensation of peace and oneness, despite this lingering curse. Like, you've grown familiar to that, like, latch on that attunement slot. But here, it's not that it's gone, but it feels like it matters less here. It feels like things are right in a way they haven't been since you swallowed that word. And Tambuncula, kind of looking down at this, looks up at Lonnie, still at the edge of the pool. So gesticulates and says, "Lonnie, it's been so long. Ah, more than 10 years, more than a decade. I confess, I've heard your name in Glyake circles," as, kind of, you know, scuffs his chin and says, "Leaf on the wind. I'm sure your family's very curious where you've been. Come, regale us with your story." And the Naiad's like, "Oh yes, I do love stories." She looks you up and down and says, "And something tells me yours." Her eyes linger a little bit beyond you. What's the name? How submerged was Tento when he was being dunked? I feel like no more than half a foot.
I'm in my shorts. I'm in my
Well,
shorts.
I mean,
didn't have any of my
if
stuff.
Lonnie has the tablet, then it's not a problem.
I remember explicitly taking the tablet from you.
Yeah, no, and also, yeah.
Alright, so
Lonnie
Lonnie
did
has
take it.
the slab.
Your turn, the slab.
Although it's not
That
going
being
in the
said-
water with Lonnie.
Yeah.
Lonnie is like taking her time, like stripping and pretending it will somehow delay this conversation. She's ripping off coverings that she usually doesn't rip off when she goes into the other springs. I think like you guys may have seen like the glimpse of it once before when she revealed part of it to put on the sanctuary tattoo. But I think it's her right arm is completely covered in tattoos, and then she is also removing a covering on her left leg that is also just completely covered in tattoos.
The Naiad whistles and says, "It's not often I see things like those." And as you slip in, you get a tingling in your eye. It's not like a bad tingling per se, but it's a tingling of anticipation. Almost like a need or desire. Like sand blasting. Like when you've got like sand on your feet, but you're about to blast it off, like at like a beach shower. Like it feels like it's something that is about to be purged, and you're gonna feel better when it is.
Oh, she does keep her headband on and over the eye, but when she goes under, she is going to try to like lift it off to try to like wash out the eye before putting it back on and coming back up.
Alright, the moment that happens, give me a Constitution save.
I am good at these, yes. Fuck, where's my character sheet?
Tento's gonna call us like, "Damn, Lonnie, when'd you get so many tattoos? I didn't know you had half those tattoos."
Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. She's like underwater right now. Constitution save, you said?
Yeah, con save.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
I'm
you
good,
Murphy's
though.
only seen you with.
You keep a perfect composure, and like you slide up your headband enough, and you keep perfect composure. Like the water like fully makes contact and everything without going through the fabric, but you like it stings when it first touches, but then it sizzles out almost like the caffeination of a soda, flattening across your eye and then your soul. And there's almost like a glow to it, but it's like when you see through that eye, you see through a dark world. But now it's like you're seeing through water, but the water washes away, and it's like it's still liquid, but it's this deep antifreeze blue, and you get this feeling of relief and foresight, like a spring inside you has just erupted forth, and now your head is almost growing light as you feel an expansion there, and it feels like your ritual connection to the eye and the wood has grown, if not stronger, more stable. Like the eye and you
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
have been purified as one. And the Naiad looks at you and says, "I see you cover what some would call a gift, child of Glyake." As she makes a look at your eye, kind of like, What's going on there?
Great, now 2 uncomfortable conversations. Right, what Tamunkula said?
Yeah, so Tamunkula's like, yeah, I heard you're a bit of a leaf on the wind. And he's kind of like, you know, like expecting to be regaled with the story here about where you been. What you been up to?
Yeah, it's been a while. How are you and your people?
And Tamunkula is like, oh, I keep busy out in the woods, me and the birds and the bees and whatnot, you know. Yes.
What do I know of Tamunkula from like
Tamunkula
however many
is
years
like-
ago? Is he like part of a tribe?
No, this man is a hermit. He lives in like
Okay.
he lives in like 100-acre wood, Winnie the Pooh ass tree house, like built into a tree. He's got like stores of honey. He's got like homemade mead. The animals love to come him and eat berries out of his hand. Like he is the crazy old man deep in the wood that you don't find unless either he wants you to or the forest wants you to. And the Glyake, the forest want them to find him, so you can get to his place easily. But for most adventurers, like getting to this man's house is like a level 3 adventure is like, oh my god, we've reached Tamunkula's house. But you guys, you know, you roll up to the hot spring and you're like, oh, hey, Tamunkula, what's up? You know, like, different tiers of adventurer here. And different levels of relationship between people who might be seeking a druid in the woods for some quest purposes and the Glyake, who are more like stopping by to say hello. So he's generally speaking an isolated person. His main social outings are like, yeah, hitting up the blessed hot spring deep in the wood to chill with the dryads and the naiads and the satyr. Like, this is his idea of a Christmas party.
Okay.
He's like, so how you been, nephew? Like, you know, but he's a little concerned. Like, there's a twinge of concern. You'd know he's not really hiding because he's like, I mean, he hasn't said anything further at this point, so I'll hold that. But
And in response, Lonnie is essentially like, "Yeah, how are you, Uncle? I'm not really in this."
He's like, you know, and he looks around. He's like, your companions. He looks at Tento, and he's like, hello. And he looks at Hiroshi. He's like, hello. And he looks at Zion. He's like, hello. And he's like increasingly like taking in this like motley crew you have with you. And he takes in Lumi and her markings with a great consideration. Get out of line, go wash and pet Lumi, yeah. And,
No, go back in between us.
yeah, and the Naiad, as you walk by Hiroshi, is like, it kind of like looks at you and says, my, I've never seen someone quite like you. And you have a swim speed. Are you using it? Are you just like gracefully sashaying through the water right now?
I mean, I'm
Wait,
assuming
is the
we're
water
not.
deep enough to swim through?
It's not. It's okay.
Yeah.
So like, you don't have to swim, but it's if you cut. Depending on how you cut through it, you could like walk up on the edges, but you could also choose to like, if you wanted.
Yeah,
I don't know. Who knows?
we're
Maybe
like-
there's like a 20-foot drop right next to the Naiad.
Yeah. Are you basically are you stunting on him? Are you stunting on him with the swim speed, or are you just taking a little walk?
No, I'm just taking a little walk. There's
Yeah.
no reason to show off here.
She still takes note of you and says, "My, I've never seen someone quite like you. So fascinating."
Man, as Kabancho he attracts the ladies, and now as Roshi he attracts the ladies. What's going on?
I mean, she's fascinated. She's never.
Oh wait, no, I think
she's
there were
never
some
kind
men
of-
in there too.
Yeah, there were some people. All right, there was a wide variety of
Okay.
individuals.
I have very unusual characters. Like, clearly, everyone's just like, ooh,
Charisma
is that a pet?
casters.
A lover, or maybe like
He ain't a charisma caster no more.
Hey, con casters got to be built. Yeah.
both casters, okay?
Yeah. So Naiad's like like saying hello to everybody. She's even saying hello to Tento, and saying like, "Oh my, are you? I think somebody already asked if you came from Kokoloi Forest, didn't they?
Yeah.
The tree did.
The tree did?
She's not gonna bring it up. She heard that shit. Yeah, Lonnie's trying to dodge here. Tabunkula's like, gets the sense that, you're trying to hang out with your wolf for the moment, and he's turns like, so, I'm Tabunkula, you're Tento, and you are 210N, I believe? I heard correctly? Zion?
Yes.
My, what a peculiar name. Tell me, do you know where it comes from?
My creator gave it to me.
Ah. And do you know who created you?
Nope.
Ah. Good of them to leave you with a name, though.
Indeed.
Indeed, when I find infants abandoned in the woods, they normally don't even have that.
What? You say like infants? Did I hear that correctly?
Well, he's saying like he's found infants abandoned in the woods before.
Okay. I thought you like actively searches for them. I was like,
No, he ain't cradle robbing. He's like
okay.
you know, like,
I was like,
it's
what?
like a Sleeping Beauty story. Like some woodsman leaves like an infant out in the woods to die, and he's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm not gonna let him die.
Yeah. Okay.
Or he's kidnapping them and making changelings. What?
Ooh, intrigue.
What the heck?
Yeah.
How'd you say such thing?
But yeah, Tamunkyo is like, you know, he takes you in for a moment, and he gets the sense that you've been through quite a bit, and he says, "What brings you to Cathadak? It's a bit of a turbulent time of year."
That's the reason why we're here, isn't it? Is that a secret? Are we keeping it for everyone?
Y'all are kind of like in the Fook gang of a rebel army, so like this guy might not know it, but it ain't exactly a secret.
Oh.
Like people see you at the head of battle. People watched from the walls as the Radachi bridge fight went down, witnessed the death of Kabansho and your slaying of your enemies. Like,
I'm pretty sure we've already established that no matter what, we can't. Like, I mean, I guess we're still a pretty odd mix. Yeah, an Okaros, a gnome with a wolf. Instead of a turtle, we now have
a Warforged and a chimeric
robot.
hybrid.
Instead of a
Chimeric,
spider, we
Yeah.
now have a chimeric person. There's no way people are gonna confuse us for the other group that looks like us.
You don't know that.
Hey,
You could be
from a
mistaken.
distance, I look like a regular human, okay?
Are we gonna like go into like the FMA episode where like people try to pass off as us eventually? I think that
Oh,
also
you know that's
happened in
already
One
happening.
Piece.
Yeah,
I think
he's-
that also happened.
Pinto.
I mean, you put somebody in plate armor and keep them kind of far away. Someone might think it's Zion. Oh, you know.
We'll just have a dog and just call it a wolf.
Oh, there you go.
Someone just glue crab shells on their body and they call it
People
names.
bringing like 2 different kids. Like, yeah, this is totally a gnome and a halfling.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Why wouldn't they believe us?
Lonnie, you get the feeling that, you know, Tamunkyo is kind of like waiting a moment here, but he's definitely still like looking your direction after he's asked, like, so what you doing in Cathadak?
We heard there was trouble here, so we came to help.
The Naiad says, that is most gracious of you. There has been quite a bit of disturbance here in these woods. Tell me, Seer, do you have any insights? And she's looking up and down your arm and leg as she says that.
Lonnie's like trying to like keep those under the water if she
Checking
can.
well, the Naiad's probably, you know, the Naiad ain't gonna have too hard of a time swimming in
Yeah,
this pool.
I know.
But yeah, you try and keep them under the water, but you know, the Naiad's like, do you have any insights, perhaps?
I've been having a lot of insights. It's a little hard to interpret if it's related to this or something else.
Yeah, Tamunkyo at this point would add, no, Lonnie, it's been so long since last we met, but when last I spoke with the Glyake about you, they did mention that you'd taken on a new role in the tribe. Kind of looks at you, and he sees the tattoos, and he hears what the Naiad said, and he's like, tell me, is there a reason that you haven't been back? I confess, there are those who think you did not make it through the winter. They're worried
So
about
I
you.
have not seen him after this whole mess happened to me.
I don't. So the Glyake didn't come by his place every year, and
Okay.
you didn't necessarily always go into his house and chill with him because like you have a whole tribe. He's one dude. Like
Mm-hmm.
he
Okay.
He's aware of the change, but you didn't interact with him post-change.
It's... My new role's been keeping me busy.
He nods for a moment.
Yes, as our resident druid.
Bunkula kind of crocks his brow and says, I had heard you took a different role. And the Naiad says, I suppose druid is in the eye of the beholder.
Lonnie is like trying not to sink further down to the water.
Lonnie right now, like, puts a straw up.
She is very interested in like some leaves that may have fallen into the spring.
Yeah. Tomuncula's like, I won't pry if this is a matter of great portents. I do not claim to know what the Oracle of the Glyake might be seeking, but perhaps when next I see them I could give some message to your tribe about your mission here in Cathadak.
That's not necessary. I can keep in contact with them just fine.
Kind of makes a face like, yeah, but you haven't been though. He doesn't say that.
But where are you though?
He just says, I suppose I will tell them you are in good health, should they come and ask.
Ooh, mysterious backstory. Tento says.
Tento says, like, I imagine you're holding up two big leaves behind her too, like waving them.
Ooh.
The
Naiad chuckles.
I've been losing track of time. When was the last time they were here?
And so Oroshi's nudging you, asking if you ran away from home. Amazing.
Lonnie is going to pointedly ignore him for now.
And the monkey is like, oh, well, you know.
The leaves over there on the opposite side of Roshi suddenly seem a little more interesting.
Oh, you know, I'm a little ways from here, but you know, they've been by this past season. They're headed for Kokoloi Forest soon, I believe. They normally take it to pass through, but I'm given to understand they have some business. They weren't sure how to interpret a certain sign that their guide of the wolves received. I know you've always had, he kind of looks at Lumi, an affinity for our furry friends. Perhaps your insights would prove invaluable to your family.
If Lonnie was able to keep a mask this whole time, it starts to falter at that. Perhaps it's time I reached out again and see if I could help.
He nods a little
She
bit.
says with totally all the intentions of doing that. Yes, of course.
Give me a deception.
Does that mean you're gonna go on a field trip to see your family, Lonnie?
By the way, Zion, important question. How deeply do you submerge yourself in this water?
Oh my god, it gets deeper.
Yeah, I was gonna come over here and fully submerge.
Alright, so this is a brief wave, like, whoosh, as if though something, like, heavy has been, like, dropped into water.
Tide pool!
And there's a bit of a tide pool effect ripple. Zion, you go in, you feel rejuvenated, you feel healthy. It's not, like, trying to rust away at your already stainless steels or anything. It's like the water greets you and accepts you and drives deep into the core of what you are. Blue lights shine up from under Zion's metal carapace, and as it fills your soul crystal's chamber, and as your equipoised moonblood core becomes fully submerged, Tabletop Anthologies raids us. Thank you, Tabletop Anthologies, from the raid. Zion actually gets a little bloop in its eye crystals saying a raid of 5 from Tabletop Anthologies. You're like, oh, you look around, you don't know if there's the raiders here. You're safe, though. You're safe. You do remember, though, you get the strangest impression. It's like an atoll, or a corona, or the dust ring of a planet. Roll me an int save. ETTA. Hope you're fun aliens.
Int save.
You remember clearly,
You
although it
smart
is
boy.
unclear, a moment jammed in time between yourself and your memories, between what you were and who you are. An explosion, a blue explosion rips out and takes something from you on the ripple of the wave. You don't know what it is. You don't feel whole without it. Instilled within you is a desire to wander, but that crystal clear memory stands alone. You feel it as the water washes over a like dent in the front of the girding of your soul core. You can feel it rippling on the etched runes and rare alloys as alchemical reactions twist and turn under it, and just some inkling of memory sparkles there, and you catch it with your well-honed mind. And that's what you remember. An explosion just ripped out, dominated your view, and took something from you. And more than that, you remember you weren't alone. But afterwards, you felt very lonely. And yeah, you emerge sparkling. And Zion's armor has never quite looked this glistening. What color is Zion's armor normally, Kai?
I'd imagine probably gray.
Yeah, so it's normally like a gray. It's still gray, but it's like a brilliant, sparkling gray verging on silver. It is a resplendent metal suit, and you see there's just this beautiful way that this particular alloy reacts under the beams of light coming down from the canopy, reflecting off of the water as Zion emerges. And it makes the reflective eye plates in its skull, it's like, you know, helm skull poking out from underneath, just so much more resplendent and vibrant. And yeah, Orochi, you've been soaking in the water for a while now, yeah? You're petting Lumi. You feel a rustling on your petting arm. You would draw it and you feel it, and you realize it's on yourself. It's in yourself. Roll me an int save.
This
I fuse
pool,
with Lonnie or Lumi. I swear to God.
this healing pool has a lot of saves.
Orochi,
Alright,
For
give
something
it
that's
to
supposed to
me.
be
Rolled an 8.
healing.
Orochi, you feel like a movement on your chest, and you reach for it, but it's there, but it's almost like
Under the skin.
it's like under the skin, but it's also in the chitin, and it feels like something of your chimeric nature has responded to the presence of the pool and your presence in the pool. But there's this hazy memory, the scent of maybe iron, and nothing more comes to mind. But it is a pleasant memory, a pleasant feeling as you vibe here in the pool. And Lumi's just having a good time. She's vibing in the pool. Tenta, you've had a good vibe in the pool as well. You had a big old Dunko, Tento, and you feel at peace, and you feel perhaps a lingering sense of nostalgia, but you couldn't say for what. And yeah, you rolled not a bad fucking deception, I would note. I am going to roll his insight off screen. One moment. Okay, fascinating.
Can you-
Ignore this.
Can't you
Technically
do, like, GM
there's a way to
rolls
do like
where
GM
only-
rolls and hidden rolls, but one, I'm silly and might fuck that up, and because I don't remember exactly the command. But two, this way, not even the viewers know what he rolled.
Also, no one else are
Okay.
gonna use these dice, right?
Yeah, also that.
It is /GR if you want to do GM rolls. Supposedly, I've not tried it, but that is what the helpful chat tips have told me.
Nice.
Oh wait,
Yeah, here we are.
Lonnie,
We're
Casey, did Lonnie just like leave her stuff somewhere?
Oh yeah, it's like on the shore, right behind her. Yeah,
So, like where Tinto is.
yeah.
Tinto's just gonna look like, is that tablet still there? Because I remember I need to take that back from you.
Lonnie is too preoccupied that unless you fucking kick her in the head.
Yeah, let's see a sleight of hand, sir. Because it's not just Orochi you're trying. It's not just Lonnie you're trying to not get seen by.
Lumi just stares.
I'm like, what's she gonna do? I don't care. You think I care what Lumi thinks?
I don't know. Have you seen what wolves can do to Kabancho?
Damn!
Well, a good thing I'm not combined.
That's a deep cut. That's a deep fucking cut. F's in chat for
This
Kabancho.
is not saving you next time.
F's in chat for Kabancho's
Yeah,
memory.
Kabancho kind of can't.
Damn. You know,
Lonzo tried
he's
so
right.
many times.
Tried so
You
hard.
got him into so
and
many hard
got so
spots.
far. In the end, it doesn't even matter.
No. F's in chat for Kabancho. So, better yet.
I
hold on.
apologize. I still have his coin coat on the back of my shield. No, please help me.
Alright, so Tento, you managed to swipe the slab, and you feel kind of like a presence in the slab. It's not any more potent than it was before. It's just it's so out of tune with the peace of this place. And the Naiad looks up at you, and you've successfully like slid this. Like you don't think anybody saw, but the Naiad looks up at you and says, "Don't you think you've had enough of the canticles for one life, Tento?"
Tento's like, just keeping my promises.
I'm
She
curious.
sighs.
Are you just gunning for the tablet, or do you want to know what else I have in there?
No, just a tablet.
Okay.
You know,
Yes, you take the
Te-
tablet.
Tento respects your privacy, except when it comes to this tablet.
Except for when it comes to this tablet.
Except when it
When
comes to
you
things
want
you'd like to
something.
steal. Yes.
What if he stole the tablet of Divine Windshield or the tablet of Wall of Fire instead?
Oh my god.
I apparently have 3 tablets in here. How Lonnie is carrying 3 stone tablets with a fucking strength mod of -2, I don't know.
They're real thin. They're meant to be snapped easily. You know, it's like a nice
Okay.
light
Yeah.
stone.
They're magic. It's not like they weigh.
Yeah,
It's a
magic,
decorative
you know,
stone kind of
magic.
thing. Like this is kind of the stuff that you might like put on a counter place, except you know, not
But
reinforced.
false
in that
tablet
way.
does not look anything like that, I presume.
No, false tablet is a bit of a thickie, but not so much it's weighing you down hard. It's
I'm
graven
saying it would have been
upon.
kind of funny if he stole a different tablet instead.
Yeah.
But yeah, I figured it looked different.
Roll a d4 for tablet. No. So-
Which tablet?
Bunkia is gonna slide up and say, well, that's fair enough, Lonnie. Perhaps if you're in Kokoloi Forest, you'll even run into them. I confess
Yeah.
I'm headed back that way. Do you know how long your business in Cathadak will be keeping you?
Isn't that the question of the
It's
year?
hard to say.
The Naiad asks, are you here about the blight upon the waters that plagues our rivers and our woods?
I think that's part of it, yes. But it's kind of hard to tell what my dreams mean still.
Blessed are the dreamers, and cursed are they when they must wake. Well, for now, you can keep dreaming. And the Naiad kind of like relaxes in the pool, and you feel very healthy. You feel very wealthy. You feel very wise, even as you're in this pool with the Naiad. You feel you could stay here for a long time, but also like you won't need to. You get the bonuses of the spring. You can make either kind of rest in half the time, and when you do, you spend a free hit dice to heal as well. Unless it's a long rest, in which case you're obviously ready to full anyway. The Naiad is not really going to grill you on things you're obviously not interested in talking about. And Tambuncula, whether convinced
What?
of
I'm
what
an
you've
open
said or deciding to pull back, isn't really pressing, but he will just say, well, I intend to stay here, perhaps another week. Do come by if there's any help you require, Lonnie. And I would be wary of the roads and rivers of this place. There is war afoot. War brings chaos. Chaos sows disjunction. And the rake of these shrines that tries so hard to keep the barats flowing in a single direction becomes a leash tugging at a caged dog. And sooner or later, the neck or tether snaps. Where it does, kind of shrugs and makes a holy sign and says, "You would not like to see what happens there."
Ooh, ominous.
Thank you for the warnings.
Of course. And the Naiad kind of like sniffs at that and says, something tells me you've already encountered one of these incidents. And Tamoki looks at her like, what? And she's just kind of like gazing at the party in general and says, yes. Soot, no, ash, yes. And passion, desire, hatred even. Undirected or misdirected, it's hard to say. A heat. A deep early autumn's heat. Dead. Catching fire. Yes. And she kind of like seems to like shiver a little, but she doesn't back down from it. And she says, tell me, what have you encountered on your way here? I hope not too much trouble.
Made friends with a chimera.
The
I think it's our. Is it a friend?
The Naiad nods and says, oh yes, those new beasts that fly above. Thank you, Flesh Party, for the Water of the Lee.
Ooh.
Shout out to Greg. Yeah, so you're chilling in the pond. The Naiad definitely seems to scent something upon you, something burned, something ashen, something hateful. She's asked about what you've encountered, and when you mentioned the chimeras, she's like, ah yes, well, the chimeras, they are beasts wrought by the hand of the foe. But I smell something else.
What is it? Tento's like curious now. It's like, what else do you smell? Curious, please.
Something recent. Perhaps in the past week you've come upon a strange oddity where the Wode burn. Where you encountered something that ought not be, yet was.
I think she's talking about the fire elemental fire thing we fought earlier.
Oh right, that was a thing.
Yeah.
She seems to shiver at the mention of it, and she's a bit of a watery individual.
Which reminds me, Sento's gonna take out the staff
Lonnie
against
was
tides.
literally not present for like a good chunk of that fight.
Yeah. I mean, Tento's gonna pull out the staff against tides. Like, can I just leave this in here?
Nah, it's
a
like,
little bit?
you can submerge it in the lower pool. I hope you don't mind, but I don't like to have too many magic items floating freely with me. It's nothing personal, I just sort of have a general policy.
Fair enough. But yeah, we did run into like a fire elemental, which was not
yeah.
pleasant.
Foul thing. I fear they are not the only thing that rises from the gap as dirt churned by an earthquake, a small ripple compared to the mighty gash below. I fear what happens when the plate beneath Cathadak fall away altogether. Chaos reign.
Chaos.
Tell me, Is these dreams that you follow? When you reach the end of them, do you think you will find some way to help this place? I know you mentioned that you weren't too good at interpreting them yet, but perhaps I could help you.
From one line to the other. I am legitimately
won't
trying to
backfire.
remember some of Lonnie's recent dreams.
So recently you've been dreaming about the same clearing. You dreamed about something running away and a unicorn getting ropes thrown over it. You dreamed about those 3 red metal things. Those are some dreams you've had of late.
Lonnie's gonna talk about the one with the metal things.
The Naiad says, "Ah, the disturbance that passed through here some days ago. I am glad it hastened from this place. Though they showed no malice towards us, I felt them a slow arrow, whistling on a years-long certain course, seeking to bring death."
Of course.
And, yeah, the Naiad thinks for a moment, and she says, "Well, perhaps all will come in time. This is a place of rest and healing after all. Let yourselves be rejuvenated by the water. See what insights it brings you."
Lonnie kind of wishes she also asked about the unicorn, but also, I don't know, did not learn too much new about the 3 red figures, so, Lonnie is content to just sit there and specifically with the water above her mouth so she has an excuse not to talk and just be there.
Excuse me.
Is she drowning herself?
It's
She'll
just like
come
knows.
and breathe, but she's just like, yep, I'm just, nope. Conversation
Nintendo's gonna
was
look
that.
around. He's great. He's like, Lonnie, what are you doing? Are you okay?
Gurgle, gurgle, as she says, I'm fine under the water.
What was that? Lonnie? Do you not? Are you? You know, you've been acting weird. Alright, well.
Lonnie wants to like start up some small talk with Timbuncula, but also is very much not in the mood for like nice casual chatter anymore, like she usually is.
Oh, you usually up for opening up and talking about yourself?
With people I know, yeah, sure.
Damn.
I guess you never knew Kabacho.
Do.
Drama.
I do turn to the Naiad and ask, this pool is very powerful and very interesting qualities.
Indeed. It has been here since time immemorial, since before the Auroriae called these woods home, and long before they turned upon them.
As you can see, I'm no longer a single whole person, and I have many components. When I was soaking in the water, I could feel the components shift. Not grow per se, but shift. Do you know anything?
She looks at you,
this?
and she says, "I have never met one such as yourself before, but as I gaze upon you, I see only one person, an absolute entity. And though you are not what you once were," she gives a wry smile, "neither am I. We all go through these changes, metamorphoses. Most not as abrupt and severe as the butterfly. As for what you felt, perhaps you have not yet seen the end of your transfiguration, and to become more whole from a certain perspective, you must await its apotheosis."
Orochi doesn't know how to take that. Because his transformation ain't natural. It was something that was experimented onto him.
Mm-hmm. I mean...
But he didn't say anything about that.
I mean, she didn't seem to have a high opinion of the chimeras wrought by the hands of the enemy. But she hasn't said that about you. Maybe because that would be impolite. Maybe because of other reasons. You could roll an insight if you wanted to.
Nah. So mysterious.
Tinto pieces out. And yeah, there's some satyrs chilling. They're playing the pan flute. They're hanging out. There's a chroma shaman. He's like, hey, come in the water. It's fine. And yeah, it's fine. There's some fine water here.
I've been bathed enough today.
You hop on the rock and
Tento
chill.
says that. Yeah, Tento says that. Hops on the rock and throws a stick in the water.
It makes a present plooping sound.
Tento, you should probably be more respectful of this place and the water.
What? How am
Your
I
guest
being...
here. You
How am I-
shouldn't just throw in items like you're littering.
Do you think I'm littering?
I don't know. You just threw it in as if you're throwing trash away.
This is certainly not trash, tell you that much. You worry too much. It's fine.
Yes, when we're surrounded by very powerful beings in their home.
The Chrome Wolf Shaman kind of shrugs and says, Deeks and leaves are wont to find water.
Yeah, what he said.
He seems neutral on the matter. He doesn't seem like he's happy that you did that. He doesn't seem like he's mad. He seems like he's chilling under a tree, enjoying a nice soak.
See, he is loosen up a sorry.
See, clearly you're
another
still
barrel
sick. You need to take another dip, man.
No. Tento's gonna look through his stuff like, where's that book I saw that I want to mess with?
Amazing.
Are you just gonna throw that in the water too?
Oh no, this one's gonna read.
So
Okay.
Lonnie and Zion and Lumi remain in the upper pool for the moment.
Mhm.
Zion, do you have anything? What are you doing? Are you just chilling?
Yeah, I'm just chilling.
Timbukula's checking out 120L and looks between it and you and says, so are you two related? Do you know if you have the same creator? Or are you journeying together to find out who's made you?
I kind of found it,
Ah,
and yeah.
I know what
got
it
control
is.
of it.
To find a foundling upon the road. And he kind of looks it up, and he looks at you, and he looks at it, and he looks at you. He looks back at the blue flames that flared just a little when you walked by. And he's definitely, like, pondering something. But in the end, he shrugs and says, I do love Cathadak in the spring. But you should really come by Kokolai Forest if you haven't. Such waters we have there.
I will keep that in mind.
Does my old bones good.
Speaking of which, how far is Kokoloi Forest from here again? Out of character?
It is, so technically speaking, I think parts of Cathadak might border it, or it might actually be the case that Cathadak entirely borders Midori Shire, which is the nearby Halfling Shire. But basically, the eastern border of Cathadak goes into Midori Shire, while the eastern border of Midori Shire, which is a very small place, like smaller than the western Cathadak region you've been in, is Kokoloi Forest. And the province you guys have, Safu province, you guys spent most of the adventure of your campaign in, also borders Kokoloi Forest, just it's to the north. So it's not
Kokoloi
super
Forest
far
is
away.
to the north of...
North of Safu province, I can literally...
And east of here.
I
Sorry,
can-
west of here.
Yeah, so like literally, this is this bit right
No,
here.
we went south. Okay.
This bit right here is Kokoloi Forest. There is technically a bit of Cathadak that borders it. There's Tessin province that borders it. There's Saffron province that borders it. There's Murko that borders it.
About where in Cathadak are we? AK, about how far am I
You're,
away from possibly the Glycate tribe?
You're about this so far away. You know that they're headed there. They're not there yet. Do I have
You're
Yeah,
20 feet
but we're
away.
also heading the same direction as them,
Well, they're headed towards
right?
Copley Forest.
Like
You're headed
that's the
towards
direction we're going to be going,
You-
supposedly.
You gotta head east if you want to reach Cathator.
Great. Okay. Good to know. I will keep that in the back of my mind. Yep. And where is our mountain?
Where
Back in
it's in Saffron Province.
Oh,
Because it's part of Tessin.
How
right,
close
yeah,
to
it's
the
part
border
of
would you
Clandestine.
say? Like an approximation on this map.
Oh, it's mid-east coast, so it's like here.
Okay.
Yeah, Sorjo is like around
Okay.
here.
Okay. Thank you for the geography lesson.
Welcome to High Road with Leland. It's all about the roads, but not the heights. I don't have a height map here, you might notice. Anyway, that's it. That was
Yeah,
a quick look at the Slim Circle.
Okay.
Woodpuzz, no. Oaken Glen, yes. Okay, so yeah. Y'all are chilling. You have a good chill time, and the waters wash over you. You feel very cleansed. And time flies as you're here. It feels like an idyllic glade where nothing can really bother you. And Lonnie, as you soak, in spite of yourself, you manage to maybe nod off just a moment. And as you do, you have a vivid dream.
Oh.
Oop. You have a vivid dream. It goes. What an excitable.
Are you
lad.
sure Lonnie doesn't wake up from this dream immediately?
What is that? No, what is that? No,
What?
no.
We're under attack! What is this foul creature, this abomination of nature?
So as you dream of indeed foul creatures, abominations. You hear words that strike at your very core, as if those speaking the Logos, but in a guttural, moronic fashion, absolutely without rhyme, rhythm, cadence, understanding, or intent. And you hear the whinnying cries. You see a head, silhouetted in a dark forest, rising up its hooves from underneath a net, struggling, cut at them with its horn. A unicorn struggles in vain, as it is dragged, battered and bloodied, towards a rock. A rock with a terrible gash in it. A spatter of mud, perhaps? A dark brown stain around a gash, although the more you look at it, Lonnie, the more that brown turns to a deep red, and that deep red turns bright. A sanguine splatter that has known blood before and will know blood again. You see the same clearing, once again from the guise of a wolf. You feel an immediacy to this dream. You remember the first time you had a dream and you warned the Glyake that there was a foul ritual to sacrifice animals nearby. You warned them and they went and stopped it. It feels like it was then. Immediate, clear. Danger. This unicorn's life is in peril. You snap back to your reality, but not before Tenta reads a cool book. So, Jalanesh of the Azure Zenith. That's the blue book, right? Or no?
Is that the blue book that says the holy words?
No.
This one says. Sorry, go on.
No, yeah, what does it say? What does it say?
Oh, copy and paste the descriptions for you. I decided not to read that book in a place that's populated. I was gonna, but then I was like, I don't want to cause trouble in this nice little place. I'll cause trouble.
Yeah,
on the
so
road.
you're flipping through the Azure Zenith. Jalanesh, you're reading Jalanesh of the Azure Zenith book. It is a noted historical scholar adventure. She's a historical scholar adventuress from the southern fastlands, south of the Slim Circle, where you are now. And this catalog has a whole bunch of information, although it is about 100 years old. What are you just flipping through? Are you going to the table of contents and looking up like fat fucking
I'm
loot?
just, I'm flipping through, you know, just casually like, there's anything interesting in here.
You do note that in the narrow sea to the east, there's an island which is said to hold a peculiar ruin sunk beneath the waves nearby, and that within it is a fabled treasure of unparalleled vast wealths of gold, electrum, silver, fine jeweled aquamarine thrones and jewelry, all sunk greedily by the waves and guarded by ferocious mer creatures. They said that many a foolhardy adventurer has tried to reach it, but all have perished, and that Galanesh herself did not risk it. It also notes a grand area where harpies coalesce in an ancient temple etched by their kind, and there are said to be within it a certain nectar of which only a simple taste is enough to overwhelm the mind with a spectacular vision of new worlds, able to do everything from cure the common cold to revive the dead, but also to grow extremely addictive to all those who touch it without taking the proper preparation. It is said that the bodies of many foolhardy adventurers and desperate dying people litter the halls, or rather their bones, considering the harpies enjoy the meat. You also learn about the Mariner's Reef, and the final end of all who tread the sea, which is the full title of the name. It's kind of pretentious. Mariner's Reef is a place where untold ships from across time come to rest after they crash, and it is overwhelmed with the heavy cargoes. It is said that those captains driven by greed and envy can sometimes unwittingly steer their ships here with their ill-gotten gains. Greedy merchants and vicious pirates alike lose their loads here, sunken or half submerged beneath the waves amidst pillars of rock and salt, cracked open like eggs with their golden yolk preserved, ready to be sucked out by one guile and will. And you also read of great and terrible creatures which act not upon the waking body, but the sleeping mind. How they invade dreams is unclear, but it is believed that they prey upon those who practice magics which occur while their body is subconscious. They are attracted to these energies and reach out through the dream. They have been known by many names, but the best recounting is a shaman, a goblin shaman from far from here, who referred to them as the ones that walk behind. And yeah, that's about what you just soak. You get a lot of information on these as you kind of flip through. You learn a bit about harpy anatomy and tactics. They really enjoy a nice bait and switch to lure you into a trap. Learn about various sea creatures that exist and will have many terrible rows of teeth and will eat your ass. You learn about the giant whale thing that you fought an undead version of at the cove. And you gain various knowledge, but none of it's particularly actionable or really near you right now. But you could adventure to these places and go check them out and have an adventure there. Did you mention any of that to Roshi? Is Roshi poking over your shoulder, or are you just chilling? Is Roshi chilling?
No, I'm just chilling. Make sure he's not getting into any trouble.
I think Tento's just enjoying his book.
Yeah, it's just enjoying my book, about creatures and dreams, man. Those dreams are everyone wants fucking messy dreams.
Zion, how did you get that? That's one possible interpretation of the tome. I'm not sure it's Tento's, but it might be.
Also, remember, one of us may have requested a book about dreams. Did we ever return that? I'm just curious. I'm just thinking about that now.
Oh yeah.
Where'd you get it
Did we
from?
ever return our book?
It's Lady Hona's book.
Oh shit, yeah, no,
Yeah,
lady,
did we
I don't think you ever sent that. Wait, or did you mail it
That-
back to her?
Morenlos totally asked to borrow, and I was writing on behalf of Morenlos, naturally.
I remember that. Yeah. Did you ever give that book back? I don't think we did.
Probably not.
Yeah, oh no, you got that shit in the mail. You didn't send it back. You fucking got that shit in the mail, yeah. I think you still got the book on dreams, but yeah. Around this time, Lonnie, you're waking up, and you're startled awake, and the Naiad turns over lazily on her island and is like, "Ah, what disturbs your slumber? I sense anxiety." She kind of like comes over and like tries to like slide in like a quick splash of water on you that is very calming.
I learned, I presume that, whatchamacallit, unicorns are rare.
Unicorns are extremely rare.
Molly's just gonna ask, like, has a unicorn been by recently?
The Naiad pulls back and says, "There's only one unicorn that we knew lived in these woods, but I thought that the blight had driven it away. What have you seen?"
I think it's in trouble.
It's in danger.
Have the Chudlings been near here?
He shudders and says, "Those moronic raiders have reaved deep into the woods, but not this deep. We keep them at bay. They are idiots. They do not know how to reach this deep, but the birds, they tell me that they've been seen to the southwest. Oh no. Oh no. Not the stone." And her watery eyes go cold, and she says, "You must stop this. If they have a unicorn..." She shudders. Then she looks at Tumbuncular, and Tumbuncular kind of gets up, dusts himself off, and says, "I'll be getting my pants." And looks over at 120L, and is like, "Oh, don't mind me." And
How do I get past this creature?
yeah, so there's a bit of a disturbance, and like a dryad comes up, and she's like, "Oh no," and comes back down. You would note when she passes, there is a light pulse of the blue lights. She comes down, and she's like, "Chromos, I must ask of you assistance. There's a rumor of Chudlings, and something to do with molesting the unicorn." And the Chromos Shoffman kind of like bubbles up some water, spits, and is like, "What?" And the other, the Dryads and the Satyrs are all very disturbed, and everybody looks up, and the Naiad says, "The stream of yours, how present did it feel? The past, the present, the future? I know the sightings are recent, but I don't know what they're doing right now."
I think it's going to happen. When I had a dream about the ritual, was it like was that a future one, or was that like it's happening now and we need to go stop it now thing?
It like the previous one that you had that felt like this, that shit was like 12 hours from happening, but it also, I mean, debatably 12, like, you had the dream, you told the Glyake went and checked it out immediately after you told them, and this was like a waking kind of dream vision you had, and when they got there, like, the bad guys were setting up the ritual when they arrived, and it was like an hour's travel time. So soon. It feels soon.
Yeah. Lonnie's gonna say like it hasn't happened yet, but it's going to happen soon.
It's worth noting,
Very soon.
you guys have been here like 4 hours-ish, and you've all had a long rest. You're fully rejuvenated, full health, get all your shit back, get your full health, get your half your hit dice back, everything.
Yep. Max
Lonnie's also just gonna start describing the clearing to them.
The Naiad kind of her face turns grim, and she says, "I know the place of which you speak, and the stone." She shudders, and she says, "That stone. Witness so many tragedies. Tablet upon which sorrow is etched. They take it there with purpose. They see the fault lines in the cracks, and they seek to bring down the mason's hammer. To crack it like an egg. I must ask that you fly there. And cease this.
Me or us fly there?
Oh, so she means kind of like
I
fly.
cannot fly.
she means like fly, you fools, fly. But she'd like make all haste.
Does Orishi sneeze
Okay.
at the mention of flying on the other side of the map?
Oh, Lonnie still
I mean, you
thinks
hear
that
it.
thinking of.
She's up a bit. And she's not really being too terribly quiet.
Lonnie still thinks that thinking that she's expecting her to wild shape.
Hmm.
And then she's like, right, yeah, yeah. And yeah, Lonnie's just gonna go to the side of the pool and gonna pretend that that misconception did not happen and that she did not have an internal panic attack and start putting back her on her armor.
Hmm. Indeed. So, yeah, you guys, I'm assuming you suit up. Tumbuncula, gathers up. The Chrome Hoofs gather up. The Dryads gather up. Orochi and Tento having a casual conversation about not having any more side quests or distractions and going back to their mountain. There's like a
Is everyone
general
gathering up.
general huddle. The Naiad descends from the waters, and a Watcher in the Wode appears. And there's a little bit of a commotion, and the Naiad says, "Lend me your ears." And I'm assuming you guys lend her your ears.
Yep.
Yeah, why
All right,
not?
everyone, mark down -1 ear on your character sheet while she hasn't lent out. No.
All
Awesome.
right, time to bring out. Let's see if a wooden dagger can cut through this.
Yeah. So
Joke's on you. You only think I have 2 ears?
that's how you get the good
Reveals
balance.
her ear on the chest.
Oh.
You fool!
Yeah. So the Naiad.
Gotcha.
The
How
Naiad.
dare you assume?
Yeah, you. The Naiad is like, she calls forth, and Tumbuncula sort of appears to light something and mutter to himself near the Watcher in the Wode, who sways a little. And the Naiad says, "The unicorn of this wood is presently embattled, attacked by a foe. The seer of the Glyake, Kundalani, has informed us so. We must fly to its side and assist them. They are in danger from those terrible moronic wretches who besiege our woods alongside the polluters. I do not wish for violence and death, but it has come to us. If we permit through inaction this unicorn to pass, everything we have sought to preserve here will be hollow. Please, I ask of you who would volunteer." And the Chrome Hoof step forward, and some of the Dryads step forward, and the Naiad looks to the party and says, "Might I trouble you?"
Tento's like to whispers to Roshi, so this caught our attention.
That's for a worthy cause. You don't get to see a unicorn every day, or within a year, or a generation, or two.
What? That rare?
Yeah.
Really?
Do you not know about like magical creatures and basic knowledge of the world? Do I have more
Basic
education than
knowledge.
you?
Tento, do you want to flip open the book and like check the unicorn section?
Is there a unicorn section?
You. How did I miss this?
Yeah, so you check. Yeah, you check unicorn. Oh, she spelled it with a Y for some reason. It kind of threw you off. Yeah.
Like the pages are stuck to it, and like, that's why. I
oh,
couldn't
hey.
find it.
Yeah, you flip it out. You flip it out. It's actually been dog-eared. Yeah, it looks like the this section of the book has been referenced many times. The silver gold illumination of the text is a little worn, and there's a beautiful illustration of a like pastel colored pasture with a unicorn reared up in front of it, and silver blood is flowing from its neck, and you see below like a half dead body turning up to drink from it. A quick survey indicates that unicorn blood is one of the single most potent healing liquids in existence that Jalanesh is aware of. And
Does it grant immortality?
she doesn't.
Are we gonna get sued to hell if you mention this?
She doesn't say immortality, but she does say that it confers a certain defense against magical forces, and it also rejuvenates even those who seem dead. And like those on death's door.
So what you're
So it
telling
makes
me?
unicorn blood with angel dust.
Tell me, if we get Kampancho's body to like just soak in Kampancho's body, what's Kampancho come back?
Oh, no.
Oh my
A
god.
soaking amount is a large amount of blood.
Is this how Kabacho comes back? You would play him like without.
Just know that you might have to have two bodies to soak at that point, because I don't think Lonnie's gonna let you just murder a unicorn and drain it of all its blood to do that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kabanto, she doesn't like you that much.
Damn.
Yeah, so, yeah, you don't get the sense that the crowd around here is very pro-bloodletting of the unicorns. You also note that unicorn horns are said to have many properties, particularly potent as magic wands or when ground up into dust are used as hilts, although you would note that, she notes that people who create such things or suffer to wield them have a tendency to find themselves a short life and, to not come back from trips to the wood. So
That kind of short life.
yeah, yeah. As for those who drink the unicorn's blood, I mean, in this depiction, the story Jalanesh says is that there is one story of a unicorn which willingly permitted itself to be drunk from to revive a man who to save a blind sage. He pushed them aside, and his legs were crushed by a rolling boulder. And he was dying there from like shock and blood loss. And the unicorn cut itself on the boulder and then like dribbled a little in his mouth. And he came back to life after he'd gone limp. That's the story. It's a story in a book. How much you believe that shit is up to you.
It's metal as fuck. Huh. So I learned something new today.
Yeah, so anyway, you've been checking your book, but as this is happening, the Watcher of the Wode kind of like turns her head forward, and her like brain cavity is exposed. Is like the tree like opens up. And you guys see like a portal there as Homuncula like with an incense censer burning at his side raises his hands and says, and Naiad says, "Homuncula opens the way in the woods, but it is you who will have to pass through it." Those who would turn, those who cannot steal your hearts for bloodshed, I do not blame you. But step not forth through the Watcher and the Wode. And the satyrs are down. Two of the dryads volunteer. One of them's like, she's like, "Hey, I'm a lover, not a fighter." And it's really just a question of if you guys are gonna go along to help save this unicorn. And anybody who wants to, who thinks that they might know about unicorns in general, could just roll me a nature. Or an arcana. Arcana more about the reagents it can use alchemically, whereas nature would tell you about its properties, physical and otherwise. Roshi, like, saw a picture of a unicorn in a book once.
wait, Orochi has access to books?
As a hermit, he's got access to
I love how after the whole like, what, you don't know about unicorns and magical creatures? Do I have a better education than you?
Yeah, he's vaguely aware that there's
like a
super
bitch,
rare
isn't it?
creatures with special properties. Lonnie, you would know that unicorns are natural healers known to heal, and also that they are unstuck in place. And that strange things like the sudden dousing of flames or they're changing their color to a silvery amber can occur seemingly at random in the presence of a unicorn or even in the same region as unicorn. And that they can normally get out, like they can normally avoid magic and like teleport away from danger, so it's odd that chudlings would have been able to catch them, although you did remember a strange speech that has your hair still on end. And that's generally speaking what you remember, and you do what also know the stuff of like the blood is supposed to heal you real well. People didn't really talk about using unicorn horns other than to say that, like, yeah, if you find somebody with a unicorn horn, well, they made their choice. We're making them make ours.
Only approach maidens.
No, they're down. They listen. They
Okay,
don't.
cool. So they're less sexist. In
Yeah,
this
they
world.
don't go down for slut shaming. All right, unicorns. You know, we don't get it. They don't get into it in Tento's book, but you know, they're pretty down. You know, with their fellow equines. Like, you know, it's a very free love. They have a very free love society. There's no judging. None
That's
of that.
good to know.
Yeah, they're very sex positive, the unicorns.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah,
they're-
progressive unicorns.
Yeah.
Very progressive unicorn society. Meanwhile, Zion, you would know that unicorn blood can, in fact, revive things, and you would also be familiar with a study where a certain Josioan scholar attempted to use solidified, using extreme cooling temperatures, solidified unicorn blood to animate the dead and also animate Warforged. There were mixed results, and ultimately it wound up reversing the temperature cooling and causing like melting, and things went wild. So like the test subject definitely didn't survive, but it wasn't like a zero success kind of thing. More of like a needs more research kind of conclusion to the paper. You'd also they have incredible healing powers. They're not casting the revive spell, but if someone had literally just died and you dunked a little in their mouth, maybe. You also know that you can absolutely grind up that shit and snort it, and it will have a potent effect on your constitution. But it leaves an indelible mark upon the soul. So people who do it tend to, let's just say, not travel in old forests anymore. But also, they are rumored to gain a certain degree of resistance to magic. And you would also know that, yeah, they definitely have innate magical power. They draw directly upon the Wode. They are a creature close to the Wode. And they are sometimes considered a safeguard against the Fae. Because even though they don't directly prevent them from entering, they don't like them. And the Fae aren't very good at fighting unicorns. The jury is still out on whether or not their horn acts like as a thing that would drive them back in the same way that black iron does. But there are depictions of unicorns like slicked red with the ichor of the Fae, and like smashed bits on their hooves, so they're definitely not associated positively. And you, generally speaking, you would probably know what to do with bits of a unicorn if you, I don't know, happen to come into the custody thereof. Particularly,
Where could we possibly go find a unicorn?
particularly potion in terms of like making potions with a base of unicorn blood. You'd have a good jumping off point. And you know that, yeah, they have incredible healing properties, and if you finagle it right, you can get a little bit of magic resistance out of it. Possibly even a translocation element. But yeah, this is more or less what you know. The strike group is stanced up to hop through the brain hole of the Watcher in the Wood, which you see swirl into like this twisting woodsy cavern as though you'd walk through a wooden route. And Tubuncula is obviously casting some sort of a spell. Roshi, you do feel a little singe of the Wode upon your own wellspring to be near this It's like a great burrowing has occurred in your presence, and the wind before you is not the wind around you. I'm assuming 120L is also stanced up here.
Yes. I cannot move him.
Oh, shit. Let me solve that for you. Sorry.
You're still waterlogged, you know? It's just really hard.
Yeah. Zion, like, tilts its head, and there's a huge, like, there's like a little sluice gate pops out, and like a watering can, just... and then, boop, boop, can command 120L again. So yeah, I'm assuming the group, like, stances up and pops through.
Yeah, Tento's just going like, stretching. Is like, you think we have a day off, relaxing in the springs, but no, gotta go do other things.
So you pop in
I don't know about you, but I felt like I had a week off, so...
You find yourself surrounded by wood. You crawl through this wooden cavern. Unlike a similar hallway you've been in a Fey space, this one feels real despite the unreal qualities. It's almost harder to accept that you're doing this unless your name rhymes with Woundalani Druidicay, because you might have seen this trick before.
I like it.
You might have seen
That's a good template.
This might be a trick you've seen before, Lonnie. By which I mean it definitely is. You and maybe not Lumi are familiar with it, but Lumi trusts you and you have the memories to share. And it's like you twist through the wood and it feels you can go for hundreds of feet, but you pop out and you are really at the edge of this strange copse. And oh, she's not here. And you pop out to the northwest, right?
Oh, there we go.
The Dryads, the Satyrs, everyone's kind of popping out. You guys are free to deploy yourselves in this, like, teal square. In terms of how you're gonna pop out. And you would note that there are, like, there are a number of, like, chudlings kind of, like, they're stood around, right? A lot of them have torches. And there is kind of, like, a fire burning. And you see that there's, like, they've gathered, like, bramble and dry dead wood around the edge. Like, they're trying to start a fucking forest fire around here. Or they're about to. They've got the torches stanced up to do it, right? Seeing this, the Dryads and the Satyrs are like, we'll handle them. There isn't a shadow looming in the southeast of this map. That's not even on this layer. And like, we'll handle them. They point and say, you save the unicorn. And yeah, so it seems like the chudlings at the ring with the torches are probably going to be dealt with by your compatriots. But the guys in the middle, at least most of them, you're probably going to have to handle yourselves.
Can Lonnie take this time to cast guidance on herself?
Yep, you guys have like a second to like cast a spell or activate like a temp HP ability or something. The Chud speaker is blathering. Everyone's going ooh, 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 as the chill vibes fade and you feel the harsh vibes grow.
Oh, Tento's totally gonna do holy breath.
Can I be, you know, a little bit higher elevated and not be directly behind all my friends?
Yeah. As Tento breathes, you see a strange silvery light emerge from his blades you've never seen before. And Tento's blades gain radiant damage.
Ooh.
And you feel, in essence, a heart beating, a sedated heart. A heart grasped by foul magic but fighting back. And it beats with your breath, Tento. And as this happens, you hear a neigh from this unicorn. Wow, I thought about a while for that one, huh? And the two torches just wink out as the chudling's like, huh? Ah! And like try to smash it and like light it. They're not very good at lighting fires. But the harsh vibes begin as the satyrs more or less begin to knock arrows and just kind of let fly. Shot after shot. this is not really a let's have diplomacy with the Chudlings moment.
You hear that?
You don't
Zion?
say.
They don't really engage in diplomacy with the Chudlings, and the Chudlings don't really engage in diplomacy. Arrows are flying, people are getting hurt, they're dropping their spears, there's sparks of flame, there's weapons being drawn. Generally speaking, the people in the outer edge aren't going to come for you as long as your side of the battle is going well, because they're going to be busy fighting the satyrs and such. And if your side goes well enough, the satyrs and dryads are going to help you. And if you're in dire need, they could Erebos or tap into your fight. And vice versa if you see them getting fucked up. But in general, the fight is going to be between you and the people who you see, who, like, they hear this going down, right? But I'm going to say, I'm going to give you guys an ambush round. Because they still didn't expect this shit coming, and they were busy with a ritual, right? Using Torrent, +2, Composite Torrent Blast. Judge Speaker and Judge Berker using movement. Okay. Now, bear in mind, Orochi, are you flying up into the air? Because these dudes are up against a significant... This Judge Speaker's up against a significant rock that he kind of has the netted down unicorn up against.
He went AFK.
Right, he did. Yeah, so you guys can do whatever you'd want inside the area, and then let's roll the initiative.
Within the blue teal within the square, right? Or can we move to?
No, you can like do a ready up that you're doing as you come out of the tunnel while you get here, but you can't move beyond the deployment zone at the moment because it's kind of like there's a lot of people around. You're filing out. Yeah. You pop up from like a big root in the ground that's like sprouted to be like 10 times the size it was before, and then opened a cavity for you.
Oh shit. Oh, I didn't mean it to be Lumi. Can you delete Lumi off the tracker?
Sure.
Why would you want to delete your companion like that, you monster?
Let's try this again. Okay, I'm very glad I got the first roll, and that's 22.
Let me roll my initiative, please, Lord. Double digits! Yeah! I'm so happy.
Oh.
Hey, you know what? Guys, you know what? You know what? I don't
damn
need this
it!
in me, alright?
Zion's going
Holy
before me
shit.
still.
Holy
He's gonna show me up. You know, I don't like you anyways.
The 22s
I showed you up.
are flying.
Did you not see
What's
my
Shut
first
up.
initiative roll?
My feelings aren't
Zion,
hurt.
your stupid positive dex. You go first.
Yeah, I'm not hurt. I'm not.
Man,
Mr.
can't
Shin is
believe.
in.
So the dex characters must get higher than 22, right? It's as if dex is their main stat. They should totally be rolling well on that.
Yeah, come on, Tinto.
I don't want to hear none of that. Y'all just a bunch of bullies.
Yeah, we are.
Y'all just get a bunch of bullies. All of you.
This is news to you?
I was hoping for better.
Alright, I'm gonna pop Shin's initiative for him. Oh, he's got one.
Well, you might actually get a good initiative then.
Oh, now that creates a bit of a problem now, doesn't it? Because I just rolled above everybody else's initiative for the AFK guy.
See, I told you you were gonna give him a better initiative.
We'll handle his turn when he comes back. Lonnie.
Oh, he's coming back.
Oh, he's back. Shin, good news.
You're first.
I rolled your initiative and got you a 23.
Ah, yes. Just according to plan, you know. If I roll, I'm gonna roll crap, so you know.
Wait.
That's what I said.
Did I hear that the dex-based rogue got the lowest initiative?
To be fair,
No, you did.
The
Hiroshi,
Chudlings got worse.
I had the same dex.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we had the same. I mean, we had the same dex modifier.
This is Lonnie has a 6.
Oh no. I had to re-roll to get because I didn't get my thing on the tracker. I got 19
Ah.
plus guidance.
Cause she cheated.
Yeah, I still rolled higher than you.
All right,
Now
Orochi.
without guidance.
19 is still higher than 16, dear.
So
Oh, wait,
Orochi,
I thought
you
I rolled
pop
a
out,
22.
Anyway,
you
so this is
fly-
beginning my turn.
Yeah, you fly.
No,
10 feet
you
in the
wish
air,
you
I
rolled a
see.
22.
Is how bad does the unicorn look, or is it just down and dead?
So you're looking for
Down
reference-
is different than dead.
You're actually no, you're 10. So okay, so 5 feet up, 10 feet up. You're a bit above the ground of this because it's like a 5-foot tall mound with a tree on it. Looking past a tree over a rock, it looks like it is like grasping breath and like it's been like bludgeoned a bit. Only minor nicks. It's not like bleeding profusely, but it looks fucked up.
Mhm.
You're feeling 22, Frank. Hello. You're feeling the 22 initiatives? Oh my goodness. We'll see what Morelos gets. Sarah not appearing in this film at the moment. But yeah. Hey Frank. Orochi, give us the roll. Give us the opener of this fucking fight.
Yeah, so I'm probably not going to change my action then. Gonna spend my movement to power up to reduce the burn cost,
Mm-hmm.
and end up taking 1 point of burn to do torrent composite blasts. First time
Cool.
doing this. I'm gonna shoot a giant like channel of lightning and wind over Zion's shoulder, straight into these two guys.
Okay, yeah, so
Okay, actually, good thing you went before me then.
this comes crashing down and strikes into the foes. Yeah, just lightning and wind breaking over the rock, breaking past the tree, snapping off branches left and right, littering the field. And they're flung
DC
forward in the
16.
process. Yeah, they're gonna try and fucking hold on for dear life. I'm gonna give the Chud Speaker advantage because he's up against the rock on the deck save. Oof, he would have passed either way. The Chudite Zerker, meanwhile, is out in the open.
The
And yeah, the Zerker, you know.
Chud Zerker.
The Chud Zerker. Yeah, so you're fucking blowing him down. That's 20
So-
damage, right?
Yeah, 20 on a failure and then 10 on a success.
And it's knocking them how far?
This one doesn't push them.
Alright, so it zaps him. The Chudite Zerker is like, lets out like, "Ah!" As you see like smoke billowing from his hides. He's like wrapping around. He's been shocked. The Chud Speaker like clings to the rock as he's hit. He's like, ugh, ugh. As a reminder, the Chud Speaker almost looks like he is like he's gone a metamorphosis, and he's like taller than a person. He's more like a half giant, but not as tall as a half giant should be. You know what I mean?
Oh gosh, where have we seen this before?
So that is Oroshi's move and attack. That's your whole turn. Yeah.
Action surge. No, I'm kidding. I don't have that. That's my turn.
All right. Now, does Lonnie go before Zion or Zion before Lonnie? with the
No,
deck?
Zion definitely goes first.
Zion, you win the roll off. What's up? What's the
Hell
play
yeah.
here? You got violence, you got electricity, you got wind.
I will always not opt for violence.
All right, so you gonna try and cut around this like little like hill lit that you popped out next
Yeah.
to. So where are you trying to get?
Okay. I guess I'll go here
All right.
and do you want to talk about this?
Chudlin turns to you, kind of confused, and says, "Big metal body." And as Zion, you get dangerous to go alone, and you feel like, you know what? You feel like you have an opportunity here to discuss theology with the Chudling. Please give me a persuasion test.
Oh,
I
God.
mean, he's trying to. He's educated one of them before.
Okay, give me
Yeah.
for the Chudling's like, give me a religion roll to really like drive this one
Thank
home.
you. Very politely too.
No solicitors. Unfortunately, the Chudling, you managed
Sorry, you
to
still spark of
you
wisdom.
managed to confuse this Chudling by attempting to discuss philosophy and theology with him, and he's not gonna get a main action on his next turn.
He's
Um,
so confused.
What do you want to do now that you've absolutely bamboozled this man?
I like that idea. Oh, shit.
There's not much I can do.
I mean, you've got a main action. I would say that's not your main action to do that.
Oh. Well, that's nice. If I
Oh, it's your
still
bonus.
have my... I will throw out a fairy fire.
Oh shit! Target
Wait,
painting.
when could you do that?
I don't know, since forever.
I just never used it.
20-foot cube.
20-foot cube.
So,
Alright, so you pixie dust all these motherfuckers.
Does the
And
unicorn get
and-
affected by
and,
the
and what color do you use?
I'll do pink.
Pink dust scatters. This Chudling's too dumbfounded, like, oh? To try and dodge out of the way.
Sure, pretty.
This one's like, no glitter bomb, and unfortunately gets glitter bombed. The Chide Zerker is desperately trying to evade anything you're causing because it's like, doesn't want to get hurt again. And much like me in love, finds his heart broken once again despite attempting to dodge. And now we come around to the Chud Speaker. Does not pass. Is also target painted pink. And the unicorn, I mean, I don't think you don't think. Well, just everyone, isn't it? You don't get to
It'd just
target.
fail automatically, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It can't. It's tied down. Yeah.
Heck yeah, I saved.
Oh wait. Shit.
Wait, do you have to do it yourself? Is that a thing?
He's within the range.
All right, they do deck
Oh,
saves.
wow,
You're right.
I did not
I think
know
the first
that.
one's a deck. I think we'll let it stand. We'll let it stand. So Zion, that's your go. You've glitter bombed this whole area. That's your go. That's your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Lonnie, what would you do?
So the unicorn's right up against the rock, right?
Yeah.
And how tall is the rock?
Maybe 7 feet.
Okay. So Lonnie's going to bonus action cast Sanctuary on herself. And is this difficult terrain?
You'd have to clamber up a 5-foot tall mountain. So yes.
Okay, that's what that is. Okay. So yeah, Lumi's gonna use a dash action to just go up here onto the rock, and I can still touch the unicorn, right? From up here, or do I need to go down?
Yeah, you should be able to like lean down the rock and slap the unicorn, depending on what you're trying to do. It might involve an athletics or acrobatics. Or what, you're riding Lumi, right?
Yeah.
I think you're just hanging off Lumi's back, then. Yeah, you can do that.
Actually, if I can, Lonnie wants to like jump over the unicorn. Can she land in this square?
I'm not seeing a ping or anything.
Can she go there, or does she need to go one
Wow,
down?
that came at once.
You could go to either this location up here or down there.
So I can't be in the square.
Which square? One you're in right now is fine. One you're in right
Okay.
now is fine, and this one is fine too.
Yeah, so Lumi used dash and she has enough movement to get there. Lonnie uses Sanctuary as... Well, actually, she's going to... Nope, she already moved. Yeah, she uses Sanctuary and she's just going to try to examine the unicorn. See how bad it is.
Alright, you got that Sanctuary up. Use, maybe, I guess, a medicine roll? Because you're trying to check out its health, right?
Yeah.
Alright. You do a little doctoring on the spot. You determine that the unicorn is under the effects of a potent paralyzing spell. However, the natural anti-magic of the unicorn and its regenerative properties in its blood makes it difficult to pin down. If only you could give it a boost that can cure paralysis, it could do the rest, even though the power of this spell is normally too great to be overcome.
Oh, do I get to finally use this fucking spell? Okay, that's all I can do, so...
Alright, that's
yeah,
your
that's
go.
it.
You rush up, you check on him. The Chudite Zerker lets out a great hue and cry. It's angry about Hiroshi doing the shot. It sees you right here, but it also sees Zion, and Zion just glitter bombed him. And the Chudite Zerker lets out a great and terrible howl, beats his face with the flat of his great axe as he screams, "Ah, ah, ah, ah!" and then activates his rage. At which point in time, he moves 10 feet over here, and gaining the pack tactics advantage for advantage on the swing, makes a great axe attack against Zion. A 14 doesn't hit either way, though. So the Chinese Zerker goes full send, and then the dirt and sparkling pink dust comes up around him in like a cyclone. It's like, he just gets dizzy. Tento, it's your turn, Toe.
He's a dizzy boy. Cool. 25 movement. And it's awfully convenient that they're all within grass cutter range.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
I measured
Do it.
Tento just said he's
Oh,
about to go sicko mode. Oh my god, you see him just coming up. Everybody's having their like, yeah, we're fighting. And just like, Tento begins to blur two dual silver streaks behind him as he leaps. Foe to foe to foe. Blood, hair, weapons, clatter, fly, swing.
How many times do you want me to roll? You want me to just roll for all of them?
I think that makes a melee weapon attack against a target within 15 feet. You're rolling each time. Let's go, let's go, let's go. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 7?
Okay, let me look at this. I have 3 of them with advantage. No, 4 of them with advantage, 1 of them without. So it's gonna go in. It's gonna go in. I need an order. So it's this one, this one,
this one, this one,
no,
this one.
wait. No, wait, it's gonna be this one to 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 this one.
There's a way to preserve your arrows on the map.
You could just draw a line.
That too.
This one to this one to
So
this
it's-
one.
No, it's gonna be this one to this one
Alright.
to this one to this one to this one to this one. Because I measured it. I made sure everything was in 15
Alright,
feet.
make the first attack you make,
Fucking
Tento.
God.
Make the first attack. This is like the second or third time he's using this in the campaign. You make the first attack.
Yep, okay. So that one's gonna be with advantage. Please stop lagging. Or don't, I don't know. So... 1.
Yeah, so
Oh, wow.
you and remember you're dealing the extra damage.
What is the extra damage, real quick?
I believe isn't it normally a D4 of elemental damage?
Yeah, I think this one says D8 though. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, give me
So
the
let
D8.
me
Advantage?
just...
Is advantage because of flanking or something else?
Fairy fire.
Fairy Fire.
Oh, fairy fire, right.
Yeah, so roll me a D8.
Oh, okay.
Because you do hit with an 11 on this guy. He's basically no armor.
Oh, Jesus
So
Christ.
that's 11. Yeah, so you slide through. He's if it's a moment of clarity, he's like, Chud no care about the odds. Ah! As he gets like stabbed in the gut. Tento dances by him, hacks the next guy, just fucking like down, wicks him at the knees at 1 HP, up at 1 gaming. He hops to the next person who barely shrugs off the assault. Tento like stabs into the hide, hops off anyway, going for the next fucking Shut-Eye Zerker. Give us this straight attack.
That's 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, the other Chai Zerker. That one's just a straight attack. You turn off advantage. Boop.
Yeah, as you hack into him, a silver light stemming not just from your blade, but also the horn of the unicorn. As you hop, you slice, you hop to the next one. You perfectly zero him as you like break his fucking jaw with a slash and send him clattering to the ground in confusion, dazed and hurt. You hop back, roll over expertly the rock, and dual slash your blades down to bring down your foe to -1 gaming. -1 gaming, now on Facebook Gaming. And yeah, you make the final leap as you draw up both blades, and you leap for the fucking Chud speaker.
And that one's gonna get sneak attack.
Oh,
I was about to type that out. Like, don't forget you can do sneak attack with this.
You fucking
Nice.
leap. You make the
Dang,
leap.
only
You
10.
make the hit. That's 50.
I mean, only
25.
10.
25 damage. You sink both blades into him, and you find yourself up atop the rock. He's very fucking wounded. And with that, make me the Constitution save.
No advantage.
As it's finally at this moment, blades crossed, slick with blood, you release perfectly a shimmering silver light over you as your eyes, steeled with martial determination, show no signs of exhaustion. I think no signs of, yeah.
No sign, yeah.
I think no signs.
Yeah, so that's Tento's turn, Toe.
Oh, I still have a bonus action.
True? Oh my god. You're gonna offer it?
I'm gonna
Good
bonus action
God.
slash at this guy, but this one's only 1d4 of other damage.
So, in your description, you can use your bonus action to do an extra attack on one foe during the sequence. I'm assuming your pure meld blade main action through this sequence does more damage than your offhand.
Yes. So I'll just throw out another.
Yep.
Throw out another.
God, your thing is so complicated. It's coming from me.
To be fair,
Does 11 hit?
yeah, it does hit. It's made rare enough that he basically never uses it. So when he does pull it out, okay, so the Chud speaker is like basically on his last legs as blood billows from him. Actually, hold on. Could you make me a really quick
That'll be
wisdom
more.
save?
Okay. No advantage, but dang!
So, okay, so you're going for your final thing, and for some reason, you don't want to hit the Chud speaker. It's almost like something uncanny is deterring you while there's other targets within 5 feet. Not that you want to hit Lonnie, Lumi, or the unicorn.
I mean, I don't know. Some days he might wanna hit me.
So,
Let's be real.
the final attack you'd have no valid target for, unfortunately.
Okay.
So yeah,
Here's the
you
unicorn.
finish it off. So it's a Chudite Zerker's turn. The Chudite Zerker has witnessed, like, about to go axe one small person a question, then sees that shit, and is like, oh, and he goes Rage-O mode, seeing you cut down all of his companions, right? He clambers up onto this rock, and he's like, oh, he full sends a great axe down upon you. 15 does not hit, but he has advantage for flanking as he comes up behind you. The 24 does. He scores 13 damage as he hacks at your back. You're having a cool anime moment, exhale, and he's like...
Is that 14?
You mean 11?
Am I really bad at math? I'm terrible at math.
Wait,
Oh, wait.
it's wait, is
11.
it already
It's 11.
adding? Is it already
No.
adding the rage damage? Okay, I thought it wasn't.
No, yeah.
It's 11. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Sorry. Shin was right. It was 11. I can't believe I said that was 14. Ignore me when math happens.
I mean, we were all on the same assumption as it was
Yeah.
the 8 plus 3 plus the extra 3 from the text above.
Yeah, so you guys, yeah, so you take 11 damage as it hacks. You feel a warm sting between your shoulder blades. Your eyes twitch as the pain overtakes you. This is a cracking blow comes down on Tento. He does that amazing group twist stab about. The Chud speaker below turns his eyes to heaven and calls a terrible voice down as Lonnie, Dion, Tento, Roshi. Make me an intelligence save. As a terrible utterance of the Logos comes upon you.
This is this an AoE or are they specific?
Actually,
targeting people?
very good distinction. Up to 4 targeted creatures, so he has to make a wisdom save to target you.
Yes.
Dang it. I am not doing so well with these rolls.
So this does affect me being all the way out here?
So it has a range of 100 feet within line of sight. So the thing is, the question is actually not are you within range, but can he see
I'm flying
you?
up 10 feet, so...
Yeah, the thing is, he has you're like obfuscated, like you only have cover if you're shooting you with a bow, but he sees you.
And I think Mounted Combatant would also protect Lumi from this, because you can force an attack targeted at your mount to target you instead.
Right, we have a ruling on the infinite loop. I forget what it is. He just makes his next target another one of the dryads. Who all just roll and mentally know that they have like, I don't know what. Yeah. So she unfortunately is taking this. So
sorry.
Yeah, I kept this one a secret. Because it's very fun. So, just Tento and the Dryad are struck dumb. Everybody else, you're taking half of 9, so you're taking 4 psychic damage. Those of you who passed are. Those of you who didn't get targeted aren't. Those of you who fail are taking 9 psychic damage, and you are struck dumb. You cannot speak in any language, and any verbal component for casting automatically fails. Take 9 psychic damage and you lose all sense of direction. When attempting to move, you have to roll a d8 every time you step 5 feet, and that decides what direction you step in. You resave this at the beginning of each of your turns.
Oh man, this was not a roll to fail.
As you feel like, and suddenly, like, you're like, oh? And suddenly, like, the Chudlings seem very erudite company. Hey, Pat, you just missed another use of the absolute badass ultimate ability, where he straight up just stabbed every fucking enemy in this encounter, and, like, after perfectly mapping it for 15 feet distances, and killed 2 of them, and left one of them up at 1 gaming. The Chud Speaker is just given a great utterance of the Logos, and struck some people dumb. So yeah, that's the Chud Speaker's main action. Does the Chud Speaker have a bonus? The Chud Speaker has no bonus action, really. It is all of the little Chudlings' turns. The Chudlings are like, hoop, hoop, hoop. Except for this one, who, as previously established, loses this go to Zion's theological insights. This one runs around, right?
It's just so confused.
And tries to drive a rusted sword into you. And it goes dink off your armor. All of the Chudlings further out begin attempting to grive out a great and terrible cry, a churlish chant of brutal Uggs. And the Chudlings have their turn. It is the Dryad's go, which symbolizes everybody. The Dryad was trying to lead the charge, but she's a little stupefied. The Satyrs are stabbing and shooting. People are getting fucked up on the peripheries. Engagements occur. I guess 120L moves at this time, unless Zion, you'd like to have 120L move on your turns. I don't know if you'd add 120L on the main melee or upping on the edge. It's your choice.
I'll just have him up at the edge.
Yeah, 120L comes up and like punches a Chudley and says, "Please do not resist." Pops him in the face. Torch.
Please,
drops.
can we talk about this?
Steps on the torch to
Takes that
extinguish
for
it with
his
a
father.
ksh of embers. That's the Dryad's turn. The Unicorn's turn. So the Unicorn sort of goes like, "Nay!" and is like, kind of looks like helplessly at Lonnie, like trying to like edge its mouth towards her, like, "Come on, like just get me something."
I do think.
Yeah, man.
Like, I do think like we've established that unless like something happens that I couldn't, I would kind of have to speak with animals on a lot.
Yeah.
And it lasted for 10 minutes.
The last 10 minutes. So you understand, it says, help me. Undo the sorcery upon me from this fell god. Break these celestial chains, and I will deliver victory. Is what the unicorn name means. Hell, chain, and victory are a little bit like up for interpretation, but you know, you fill in the blanks. That is the unicorn's turn. And there's a shuddering, and 2 more of the torches go out. But the chudlings on their turn did start a bit of like some suggestions of fire at the edges of this place. It is the Orochi Goroshi. So, ready to go? Oro?
Fly over here, and I'm gonna do another torrent, not composite, but a regular torrent this time. In this line. Do I hit both my friends?
You're welcome.
You're flying over. You're
line.
flying over this. Here's how I'm going to interpret this. Actually, I just thought about it, and I was gonna let you like maybe skip one of the enemies at the edge, not hit them. There's no line that misses one of your friends and hits your enemies because of how this works out.
Yeah, no. So like, I'm okay with hitting their friends. I just want to make sure I don't hit the unicorn, and I get as many.
The unicorn doesn't get hurt. Oh, friendly fire is fine, but don't hurt the unicorn. There,
Yeah.
valid.
Yeah.
Hey, you're making it.
I'm here to save the unicorn. I'm not here to off it.
Yeah.
Oh,
and you know what you see is you feel like the haste spell overcomes you as if you've run right past some barrier of time. Thank you all for coming out for this exciting adventure. We will be back at 10:45 after a 10-minute break.
Oh shit, it's that time already.
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun, and
Let's see
also
you
when
guys.
you're chilling in a pool. Transition been working? Come on. Okay, work now.
Kai, what are you eating?
Pancakes with red bean in between.
Oh, I thought it was one of those what are they called? It's like that peanut butter jelly sandwich thing that like you would get from school. They're kind of like pancakes.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what they're called.
So remind me what y'all. So you guys can't move without rolling for random direction, right?
I think that's what it says.
What else? Oh, how else were you guys fucked over?
That's it.
No, you can't
Oh,
speak.
casting spells.
Well, you can't cast any spells with verbal components because you guys can't speak.
Is shield a verbal component, Kai? Does shield have it?
What are you talking about? He passed, didn't he? Yeah, he passed. I'm the only one that failed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought he also did too. It. That is an 18 out of 10.
So, I am curious. If I want to use grass cover again, how's this gonna work?
I mean, you can still breathe. You just can't talk.
Well, it's the movement part that concerns me.
Oh, well. I guess you don't really get to choose your target this time.
That's the concern. No, I am suddenly less inclined to be here.
Why would you say that though? We're all fine. We're all just having a nice little tea party here. Right, friends?
Sure.
We're all friends here. So Zion's trying to teach one again.
Theology? That's the first subject you... Is that what the first thing you're gonna try to teach your kid is?
Yeah,
Theology?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the kid's like goo goo gaga. It is so that goo goo god descended on whatever. It is. Like, damn, you're getting that kid pilled young.
Alright, well, I think we're all back.
I think we're all bakas. I don't know where that came from, honestly. So,
Alright, so I'm gonna laser beam everyone.
yay! And then Orochi killed the party.
It's okay. Zion is resistant. Unless I choose to do wind, so he's not. Yeah, if we are moving forward, then I can start my turn.
Pull the
Alright.
trigger.
Do it.
So, not a composite blast, but a torrent of lightning.
Shit.
Oh,
Lightning crackles over the field in a burst of energy. Zapping out to life.
there we go.
My boy.
It's really low damage. Oh well.
Untitled Chapter is like, oh shit.
Oh damn!
This
Here
line-
he be coming.
Untitled Zerker. Good speaker.
So who else is getting hit by this?
You, the speaker, Zion, and the last chudling, or not the last one, but the very far chudling. Oh no, there's
Alright.
two of them.
All right, so
we got this.
there's in the line of fire. May make a dexterity saving throw to take half damage. So, all right, so it's 11 lightning if they fail, and
5 if they pass.
this guy is only taking
Yes.
half from the physicals, so he's still taking a
Wait,
regular half.
is this lightning damage?
This is lightning damage.
Zion's like, what's that? What happened?
Wait, who's taking half from physical? What?
Well,
I thought it
no,
was
they're
lightning
not. I was thinking it out. This chudling is zapped, fried, hair on end, fried face, eyes bulging a bit too much, stumbles back. Thud. A thud of the chud. Alright, Hiroshi. That's your blast. I trust
The
your
one that
buddies have
died?
applied it.
Dang.
I'm gonna. Oops.
I thought you were gonna do better than that.
It's 45. I'll spend 15 to move back here.
Alright. Zion. You feel
Alright.
your coils, like, as lightning bounces over you, it splits at Zion before dancing to the person behind it. And lightning dances from these coils in either one of Zion's shoulders. Charged with this raw electricity brought forth into existence by Hiroshi. A primal crackle to the energy and the glow from its shoulders. Smoke from the strike still billows forth from the hide cloaks of the Chuddites.
I will swing a fist at the speaker.
So you go to swing your fist at the speaker, and you wonder, should you? Oh, hold on, wait. Let me actually interpret this, because it's possible that this doesn't apply to you for reasons. But when the Chud speaker is adjacent to within 5 feet of another valid target, you have a 5-foot range. He's not within 5 feet of these other guys. I think the way I wrote that means you don't have to make this wisdom save. Because there wouldn't be a valid target for you. You have only a 5-foot range in your fist, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, given where you're standing, I don't think you have to make it. Resume. You're also getting flanking from moving. And he's also fairy fired, advantage either way.
Yes. Advantage.
So
is
your
every-
fist cracks over the Chud speaker's face, and his... Are you going lethal or non-lethal? You just try to knock him out?
Non-lethal.
You slam into his
He
temple,
needs
and he
students
crumbles.
for later. Sorry, it needs students for later.
It's
Is
knocked
Zion just
out like a
kidnapping
light.
these people?
Shh.
So that's your
Don't worry.
action.
And I'll continue with the momentum of the right swing into the other chudling.
Poof, poof. Yeah, you swing around in a 90-degree arc with a flang of your fist. That is a hit. Dealing 9 thunder. And he's like, boing! You've rocked his world.
And I'll reboot my temp HP.
Boing! Blue light emanates from within Zion as its circuits glow over.
And that's my turn.
Good job, gamer. It is Lonnie's turn. Lonnie, the unicorn is here, wounded, yearning to be free. As the Chud speaker goes down, the remaining Chudlings turn their eyes towards the unicorn, and you sense danger.
Well, I think I can finally... This might be the second time ever I've used this spell ever since I've taken it. I'm gonna use this on the unicorn.
Nice! You reach
It
out,
finally pays off
you
not getting
touch
rid
him.
of the spell.
the unicorn is no longer under the effects, brustles their mane, swings their head under this netting and heavy rock. They're pushing out, they're pushing up, they're still restrained, but they're no longer paralyzed. And it's like they're ready for this. And even though it's not their turn, they can take a certain action. And they sprinkle their horn, and golden glitter appears to wreath the shoulders and hood of Tento. as Tento receives 19 healing. So that puts you up at almost full.
Holy shit. Alright.
And that's something that it can do off its turn. It goes at 0 initiative. So it might do a lot more on its turn. But that's
Jesus.
its current status.
That's scary. I'm
Well,
glad we're not fighting it.
Lonnie is going to do his bonus action Shillelagh, and Lumi is going to dodge, and that's her turn. But she won't move from the spot.
The Chuddite Zerker met in combat with Zion and Raging swings his great axe with advantage. A 22 does hit. You can do anything about that?
Nah.
You let the blow crash through your guard, deciding it's not really worth your time. You're just going to chip the paint, probably. As he delivers
That's not
17 damage. Yeah, what? Sorry, some people talked at once.
That might be more than chip paint.
How's your paint there, buddy?
You're good.
Yeah, no, you're still fine.
So there's a bit of a ding in the left pauldron on Zion's armor after that crashes through. The temp HP's buzz gone yet again. So that's their action. They don't use their movement. Tento, it's your turn, Toe. At the beginning of your turn, Toe, you are still considered struck dumb, I believe. So make me that int save again to see if the effect holds upon you.
Yes, sir.
Are you a smart boy?
No.
DC 16, unfortunately, you cannot speak intelligibly, and if you try and move, you'll have to roll a d8 to determine what direction you actually go in.
I think I can use Flash of Genius for this.
It's on a save?
Yeah. Ability check
It is a
or
save.
saving throw.
And what's the
So
add?
Hell
I'll
yeah.
That's
Add 4.
4.
You sure you don't want
Yeah.
Tento to suffer for a round?
Tento, I have a question. So, is there a word you might have been trying to say during this that you just couldn't get out of your mouth while you were struck dumb?
No.
Tento, you weren't this dumb earlier. Maybe you were.
What the?
Tento has a slack-jawed kind of expression on, eyes will glaze, and he's like, "Wait, no, I'm not." And then,
Wait,
bam,
what the-
done.
Why would you think of me like that?
You shrug it off. You shrug off the struck dumb effect. What do you do, Tento? You got your whole turn. You have your whole turn ahead of you. Don't throw it away.
Can I get advantage on this guy by moving over here?
Oh, you mean if the... So, where that the Unicorn Inn is kind of ambiguous.
Not there. Okay, I just want to make sure.
It's tied down. It's tied down between these two squares, basically.
Okay. Guess I'm swinging at this guy. Let's go. Let's do this. First hit. 18.
Kill. Yeah. Not kill actually, but you deal fine damage. The slashing does get halved. But the radiant strikes true, and he grunts and grits his teeth. And he's looking at you, but he's also looking at the unicorn.
Offhand?
The offhand swing, swish, first action.
Let me just make sure I put this in there. Whoop.
We're pogging.
I
Hit
did
you.
not. Let me just roll
You
those
slice
d4.
his knee a little. And then you deal a little extra damage. And he's like, ah, as a glorious silvery light emerges from his shin as you stab down in. Alright, so that's Tento's turn.
And that's it for me, yep.
Tide Zerker looks at you, raging, and thinks about it. And steps 5 feet to the south, raises his axe, and brings it down towards the head of the unicorn. And
Am I allowed to get in the way?
if you want to use
I'll
your
take the hit.
reaction to full send, you could roll me your acrobatics to leap into the path. Yes. Alright, roll me your acrobatics.
Oh my god, are you serious? The
Oh,
one time I need a nice roll.
So you go for
That's
it,
important.
and you wind up losing your footing and clattering prone on top of the Chud speaker. You see, as your head falls, so does the axe, gravity propelling it faster than you, alongside the swing of his arms. And the great axe attacks here.
Not an advantage, right?
Well, this raises the question.
I
So,
guess it's
the
restrained.
unicorn is presently considered restrained.
Yeah.
So, the blow seems to strike home, but oh right, I'll need to switch my boys. And as the blow strikes home, yeah, you're back. We see you. You talk? Can we hear you? Oh, I can't.
Yes.
Nice, awesome.
Sorry,
Okay.
I was muted.
All good. So Zerker brings down his axe onto the head of the still restrained unicorn. And let me just check the unicorn's grab bag real quick and make sure I'm not forgetting something. Oh no.
You're not forgetting anything. That's a shame.
Well, basically, it used its legendary action to heal you, but it could have Shimmering Shielded itself. Actually, I don't think it would have triggered as a
So it's
reaction.
Sento's fault.
Yeah, it's my
Well,
fault.
so the
tried to get in the way.
the blow strikes down, but it's doing all right. It passes first death save. Chaidzurger lets out a cry. The silvery blood pours into this gash.
In the rock?
Yeah.
Oh.
And the rock begins to rumble slightly. The
Is
Chud
this Boulder
speaker
Sama?
is dead. The Chudling turn. Some of them try and keep up their concentration against the onslaught. They fail horribly. They're not going to be able to do anything else, really. As the Satyrs and 120L leading the pack now, you know, more or less crushes the Chudlings. This Dryad is shooking off being struck deaf and dumb. Or just dumb, really. This Chudling's running. There's a little bit of fire that's spreading. On the Unicorn's turn, they roll another death save. So they're one success, one failure. It is Oroshi's turn. Orochi... Actually, so Orochi is... Whose passive perception is above, like, a 16? Or at 16 or above?
Me.
Tento, so you
think
slam to the ground. You see the silver blood gush forth from the unicorn's neck. It cries out a whinnying of pain that Lonnie understands and says, "No, not here." And you see, as it touches the divot in the rock, it melts through the rock with this brief sizzling steam, and then the rock begins to shake. And then what was stone begins to take a different quality, and what could be taken for mineral becomes softer, more guttering.
I'm sure it's
Dust
fine,
and grass
right?
falls from the rock. Mud is shed. Tenta, you get the you alone get the distinct feeling that
We're fucked.
something's gonna happen in this rock. Orochi, it's your turn.
So, if I go from here and do this angle, would one, the unicorn be safe because it's below the rock, and this guy's above on the rock? And would I hit both Zerkers?
On one hand, the rock has. On one hand, the unicorn receives cover. On the other hand, the unicorn is restrained and downed. On the other hand, I'm guessing that now that it was able to fight more, it's kind of sagged down a little. Honestly, here's how it works. If you line it up to just hit this guy, it'll work. If you line it up to hit both of them from that angle, you're hitting the unicorn and causing it to auto-death fail once.
Okay. Not gonna do that. How much health do we think this guy has? Okay. I'm going to fly this way and do a Gusting Wind at
The one with
The Zerker?
unicorn blood coming from the Zerker's battle axe? Yeah. Alright.
Yeah.
A sudden wind billows forth from your rock. You dance over to the top of the rock. You bap at him with a torrent of wind. He's like, whoa! And he like he like very cartoonishly has his like mouth blubbered side revealing his teeth. He's got his eyes are wide in stupid frustration, like what's going on? And he makes is it strength save?
It's a strength save.
Ooh, of
and
all
he's
the
raging,
saves.
so I'm assuming he has advantage.
Well,
But 28 to hit, 13 damage. But it's also 13 bludgeoning damage.
so you deal 13 bludgeoning damage. He's having it,
If
right?
he's- What?
He halves it on a success.
No, this one would be half because he's raging.
I will say this. NPC actions akin to PC actions are not always identical, and the text I put here doesn't include the strength advantage. So I'll say he fails.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, and fire.
The
Oh.
Chaudite Zerker isn't as good as a player character barbarian. They've learned how to like shrug off the pain and put out more damage, but
Oh, they're resistant to fire?
yes, like they also have advantages the player don't. So like, you know, it's
Yeah.
it's a give
Sorry,
and take.
I just assumed.
Oh,
'cause,
good.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally the exact same name, and normally those things work exactly the same, like when I give Stunning Strike to a monk NPC, but slightly different in this case. Anyway,
Yeah.
you knock him the fuck over, and
15
he
feet to
gets
the
pushed
west.
15 feet to the west. He gets knocked over, he falls, not a full 10 feet, so he doesn't take bludgeoning damage from that, but you're dealing 13 damage?
13 bludgeoning, so it
So-
does say he has resistance to bludgeoning, so
6. He's up at 1 gaming, miraculously.
damn.
That's Oroshi's go, right? That's into your move?
Um,
You basically air dash forward and like quickly pop him to the side right after he sliced it.
where was I? I was like right here.
Mhm.
5.
Droplets
What?
of silvery Icarish blood do glimmer and float through the air, almost seemingly in
gonna-
slow motion. These globules fleck and splat like a white oil slick upon the ground. You fly over to the here.
I fly here to like to block to flank the
Yeah.
unicorn so that less people can get at it.
All right, yeah, you're body blocking between Lumi, Lonnie, yourself, and Tento. Like the unicorn is pretty well body blocked at this point. They'd have to like stab through you guys. Zion, it's presently your turn.
Get the double kill. You got this.
Double kill.
Double,
What are you talking about?
double disabling.
Double
People
disabling.
hate-
Yeah.
What is this
double
word
disabling.
kill?
Sorry, double
Yeah, I'll
disabling.
go for the chudling to the
Alright.
north.
He makes this face at
Yes.
you.
Don't do that.
It's time to teach you some manners.
You
12.
fucking crush his face. He's got 1 HP left. Roll damage just for shits and giggles. Yeah, he goes down hard. He goes down like a sack of rocks. He does as much damage as he has AC.
Nice.
He stumbles back with like a punched-in face, like teeth and blood fall, but he's gonna live.
And then I'll go for the Zerker.
All right, you
Jesus.
barely fail the hit as he desperately, just a full commit wave of his axe that knocks off your thunder gauntlet, goes boom, and the Chaudite screams at you, "Ah, no boom boom on me, no boom boom."
Oh, okay.
John
And,
Rising, John Rise. Ah, 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 ah.
Oh,
Damn, I
okay.
could have
Is it-
fucking healed the unicorn off my turn. God. I could use my reaction for that.
All right, so Zion, that's your turn. Oh shit,
Yep.
sorry. Oh, yeah, you're right because you have the. I should have reminded you as well.
I know I need to remember I have that shit.
All right, so you tap, bring the energy refills you. Lonnie, it is your turn. Unicorn not doing great. Presently restrained, presently on, death saves territory. I would note that the unicorn is particularly resistant to dying, so even if it does fail 3 times, something might happen, but
Just the way you worded that.
Quick question. I don't see anything saying that I can't have 2 sanctuaries up.
It's not a concentration spell. I think, is there a generic rule about instances of a spell? Because if there's... I think with prestidigitation, it tells you how many times, right?
Yes.
I think spells will normally tell you if they limit that. That's what
I
I
will leave
presently
that
believe.
up to your discretion. Let's see if this is even relevant. I'm going to try to stabilize the unicorn first.
Okay, so you can use magical healing, or you can just go with medicine and a hit kit.
I only have medicine. I don't think I have a kit, so.
Yeah, you managed to suit up, and like you do know, yeah, its blood is like magical, so you feel like if you would have needed it, you would have gotten an advantage there because it is a pretty lively entity.
Okay.
It's probably only in this much danger because it was so sedated by quote unquote divine magic of Chud.
And I will give up my sanctuary if I need to, but I want to also cast sanctuary on the unicorn.
We will investigate multiple cases of a spell. For the moment, I say it happens. It happens, okay. Yeah, the unicorn presently benefits from sanctuary. That's your turn?
That's all the action economy I have, and Lumi dodges again.
Alright, so this Chudite Zerker still stands, right? And they again try and swing. No advantage this time. All their buddies are down. The Raging Great Axe. Holy shit. Well, Zion, you gonna do anything about that 23 coming at you as the axe tries to fall once more?
Nope.
It crashes down for 9 damage.
Oh,
6 becoming 9 damage, as it were. And it runs through it, ting, 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 and breaks some of the rivets holding together bits of plate on your side. Cosmetic damage in a sense, but it is striking your structural stability. And he's like, oh, no, boom me, and steps a little bit closer to the Chud speaker and Tento, Alani, and Lumi. It is Tento's turn. Tento, you're down. You're not out. What do you do?
Can I get up?
Yep, half your movement, and you pop up from prone.
Hey. Gonna move over here to the side so I get some advantage. I'm gonna swing at him.
Yeah, you attack with advantage, and
Still
you'll get
scared,
sneak
like,
if you
lose an
hit.
advantage anyways.
Oh yeah, because he's still fairy fired. Oh, whatever.
I mean, I think that Tento would naturally pop up and move to a flanking position regardless. You're in their blind spot. It's a good place to be. But yeah, you do get advantage either way. You drive home your blade into the small of his back, and you sever his liver, and just bits of acids and fluids and chopped up meat fall from him as he gurgles his last, and his eyes roll back in his skull.
Chopped up. Jesus.
Yep. So you killed that bitch. He's fucking dead. He's dead before he hits the ground. His face contorts up at you almost a struck dumb expression itself. Although you perhaps certainly lived dumb as well. What do you do? That's your go. You got a bonus. I don't think you have much movement left. You have to spend half to stand.
This is 5. I move 10.
The thing is, you have to clamber up onto the rock as part of it, but you could move 10, right? If you have 10 left.
I do have 10 left.
You'll have 15 after having? Okay, yeah.
I can move through difficult terrain without expending extra movement.
Correct, because of your Ilkiros nature, you naturally sidle up the rock. And you get into what I like to call the WWE chair smash position over him, I guess?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, it's
I
Tento
jump
with
on
a
top.
chair!
Does he have a fairy card now? Okay.
You run up the side of the rock, you're up above him. It is, and you bonus action dive down. 2 damage is enough because he's got 1 health. Oh wait, it is because he halves it, right? But you could get through it.
1.
Yeah. He is deceased as you fall upon him with your blade and you just roll off him after. Actually, no, You stab him from up here because I want to preserve your tactical. Unless you want to drop onto him, good. But
Nah, I'm fine up there.
cool. So all of your enemies are dead. So that means that the fight is over, right? I'm turning off the combat music. I'm removing the chudlings. The dryads are kind of like out here. They've taken down the remaining chudlings. They're stamping out the fires. They're about to get to the last one. The unicorn gets a turn. The unicorn, after being stabilized, wait, is it up at 1 gaming or is it just stabilized?
It's just stabilized.
It's down, but it's stabilized. Or was you standing on that rock or floating over it? Important question.
I chose to stand to body block it,
Right. So
or body block to
Tento
flank it.
and Orochi feel a deep rock in the stone beneath. There is a grinding of stone.
Of course, this fight was too easy.
There is an immense breach in the world below you.
Of course, it couldn't be this easy.
When is it ever this easy?
As you note, there's something coming up around your feet.
Yeah.
As
Can I get, like, a reaction,
strange
or-
flesh within the rock grows up. Yeah, sure. How do you want to react to that event?
Okay.
I don't know how heavy a unicorn is, but I'm gonna try to pick it up and fly it away.
I don't think you can normally
How heavy is
move
it?
as a
Horses
reaction.
are heavy. Do you
I might let
think
you. I
as a
will let you do
person
this.
can
I'll let you
lift
like put your back
horse?
into trying to like push it.
Put your back into it.
But also,
I
it's
also have
it's got
magic
it's got a net on it that's weighed down by rock.
Wait, we haven't freed this thing yet?
It's still
No,
in the
because
net's
I
covered by
presumed
rock.
it would take an action, and all my spells use actions.
It would be an attack action to cut it free. Or if you had some sort of means of attacking that would, I would even do as a reaction
can
attack it in
I-
a way that would cut.
All of my
Can
shit
I,
this battle was limited by either you can't cast 2 actual spells in a turn, and freeing is probably an action, and aiding it is probably an action.
Yeah. So Tento,
Action economy sucks
yeah,
sometimes.
Tento, you got an idea?
Yeah, can I use my Can I use this moment to cut the rope as I see Orochi trying to drag
You
this
can-
thing away?
Okay, so the thing is, it's 10 feet away, so you're not in melee range. You can start to... Basically, I'll say you move 5 feet. You start to run over. Orochi, you do just try and, like, grab the rope and take off, because that's what Orochi would do, right?
I would try to grab the unicorn and not.
You try and grab
I
the
don't know how the rope
unicorn.
works.
You try and grab the unicorn directly and try and hoist up. Roll me an athletics
I'm
with
willing to like
disadvantage.
drag it across the ground. Like I'm just trying to get it away
Alright,
from the.
alright. Roll me an athletics with disadvantage.
You sure it couldn't be acrobatics or anything like that?
I'm sorry, homie. But you know what? You managed to. So it bowls by Lumi, but you managed to like Lumi line, but you managed to get it just away from the rock.
Are we all allowed to do something before whatever is about to happen happens?
You don't actually get a turn. They're spending their reactions to do this. I let you like move 5 feet or like make an attack or cast like a main action. I don't know. I'm kind of playing it fast and loose at this point before the other thing joins the turn tracker.
I was prepared to heal it on my next turn. I don't know if I can do it now or if you want me to wait
Yeah,
until my actual
you
turn.
also have bonus action heal utility, so like I think that's reasonable.
So it has to be bonus action.
No, sorry, you have a reaction because you can do a main action heal as a reaction, can't you?
You usually cannot cast spells as a reaction unless you have Warcaster. So I guess I will just wait until my actual turn then.
All right. So basically, Tento and Orochi do this. The stone gurgles forth, and a appendage of some terrible form gushes from the rock. The rock melting almost like a hot lava. Give me a con save. Tento, Lumi, Lonnie, and I'll roll it for the unicorn.
Damn.
Dang it! I am not doing well with these rolls today.
Unicorn has advantage on Constitution checks, right? Or saving throws. You said it's very hard to die.
The unicorn does alright. People who aren't the unicorn take 1 fire damage.
Oh, that's not bad.
Okay, I thought it was gonna be so much worse.
It's Hiroshi's
So
turn.
we set ourselves to 1. That's what you meant, right?
No, I meant to take 1 fire. Oh god, that would be so terrible.
That'd be horrifying.
Man.
A spell that takes you down to 1 HP. Jesus.
That
Christ.
reminds me of the save or die days. Yeah, Hiroshi, as if we're alive with him. Hiroshi, what do you do? You have your hands full committed to dragging the unicorn, and you're pretty confident that you've got a good drag going on right now. If you drop it to do anything with your hands, that's where the unicorn is going to stop.
Nope. I'm going to continue dragging. I'm trying to get to a dryad, to a satyr.
All movement is difficult terrain.
Not a chudling.
All movement is difficult terrain for you while you're dragging, and you're considered in this square. And you're dragging like the net with rocks behind you as well as the unicorn. This is an amazing feat of strength you've managed to pull off here.
I'm going to move
Man, you
my
really
full
look-
movement.
I'm a bear.
Like dash?
No, I have 60 feet of flying. Or
Oh, right, yeah,
do I
shit.
have to like?
No, yeah, you're flying right now. Yeah, okay, so use your full
So I'm
movement
gonna
to
be
get here.
south of the dryad, so that the
Mhm.
unicorn is within 5 feet of the dryad.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
From here,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to. Fuck.
I don't think that's an appropriate time to do that. We're in kind of a situation.
But the unicorn's right here.
I would note, Hiroshi, your shoulder is now slicked in unicorn blood. You gotta dig it in near the wound.
That actually does change things. I am going. So, Lee, how do you feel about a? I mean, the unicorn has whatchamacallit, sanctuary on it, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel the unicorn having haste on it?
What
I
would
don't
haste
see. I
do?
don't see why the unicorn would be incapable of receiving the benefits of the spell haste. Oh,
While
you
it's,
mean.
down and-
I think you can target with friendlies for sanctuary. Yes. I believe that's how we've ruled. We can check the document later. Yeah, I'll say you can. You can haste it. You can
It's
haste
just
it.
harmful stuff.
Yeah, haste isn't harmful. You can haste
Yeah.
it.
I mean, as long as he's not, sparking Tento, it's not harmful.
So you wanna do.
I will pop up the text for Sanctuary in case you want to.
Yeah, I'm going to use celerity to boost the unicorn.
Hmm?
Get its heart pumping.
Yeah, you're waking it up from.
Hopefully not too hard and just make it bleed faster.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be very careful with, or try to be very careful with the shoulder that's kind of soaked in unicorn blood, and make sure it's not I don't consume it. It doesn't drip everywhere, and try to I don't know, consolidate it.
Mm-hmm.
Damage control the blood spilling.
Are you trying to sop it up with something, or just trying to angle your shoulder to not get it splattered everywhere?
I'm trying to not spin around and flick unicorn blood everywhere.
All right.
I'm trying to just keep as much blood to stay where it's at,
Mm-hmm.
and not drip it all over the place.
All right, yeah. So is that the Hiroshi turn fully, or do you have an action? No, you did this later. Yeah, that's your turn.
I use my action to give haste. That is my turn.
Zion, it is presently your turn. The rock is becoming flesh, and an appendage has grown out here, up under Tento. As a matter of fact, Tento, give me a dex save.
I was wondering when something was gonna happen. I was I seem pretty safe up here for whatever reason.
You
no,
basically
I kinda
managed
like
to stay standing on top of it, and you are a further 10 feet in the air as it comes up a grand pillar of flesh.
Ew.
Yeah, so what are you gonna do, Zion?
Can we talk about this?
What are you trying to talk to? Tento's gonna fucking yell at Zion's like, what are you trying to talk to?
This thing. We
What?
don't know if it's
That's,
intelligent or not.
That's
Pathfinder
fascinating.
has a speak with stone spell.
You know what, Zion? You bring up a very good point, but I don't think it wants to talk.
Zion, what means of communication do you have available to you to open this dialogue?
My mouth, I can speak.
Yeah, you can speak. You can
I
speak.
can
You can
What language?
you can speak Sprack. It doesn't seem fluent. It doesn't seem to respond when you say things. In that.
Okay.
Do you have
Well,
any other means of communicating with it?
You could
things you
try
attempt to do?
Leo.
Yeah. That. Wait a minute. Is that the neutral one or is that hell?
No idea.
Kehoe?
Viho.
No.
You
I
know what?
believe that is.
Actually, roll me
Uh,
a d4. Roll me a d4.
I don't like it when he says
I
actually.
don't
then you
know
roll.
if it's actually comforting that like Zion can communicate with it in a language that's used in hell.
You know, you bring up a very good point.
What words would you?
Kehoe's
What
the opposite
we
of
got-
Kehoe.
What words are you speaking? What are you saying?
Oh, please don't tell me.
Do-
Like,
Do you want to talk about this?
are you
Okay.
concerned?
Okay, roll me a persuasion.
Why
Shit.
is this somehow working?
We're actually gonna talk to this thing.
Oh, sorry, not advantage. 17.
If someone wants to help Zion, you could get it could get a 19. You could see what would happen. Otherwise, this is a 17. Okay, so
No, it's a 17.
it kind of turns towards you, right? And it's internalizing, and you just like there is like a parting of the air and a flash of light towards the front of it, and just like there's like a resonance and kind of like a high pitch you hear in the back of your head, but it's definitely like hitting you through the air. It's not telepathy. It's just like impacting you in a way that your brain is like struggling to keep up with. You guys hear this sound, and to you, Zion, it sounds like language. It sounds like anybody who knows import Kehoe, Niho, or Viho, you'll understand something from this if you know any of those languages.
Well, you know I do.
Yeah.
I know
So
Kihu and Viho.
and
I
it
I also
says
well, actually, I can't only understand one right now.
yeah, and it just says it just says
Oh wait, no, I can't understand it right now. It changed.
It says speak desire, and it says desire in almost like a questioning way. And Zion,
Not,
you
not
feel like
fight.
so you say
Not,
so what do you say to it? You say don't fight,
Not fight.
Only talk.
not
Yeah.
fight. Okay. One moment.
I'm sure nothing bad will come of this.
I don't.
Modify is like, you know,
if you don't
negative,
speak,
right?
if you don't speak that language that Zion is speaking right now, you don't hear what Zion is saying. You just
No.
hear sounds coming out your tin can, buddy, and sounds
My
like
tin
very
can,
divine
buddy.
notes. Not like heavenly like Kehoe does, but like divine. That's Zion's turn. I think that's an action worth of conversation.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean,
Lonnie.
can I use my bonus?
yeah. What do you want a bonus?
I might as well just boost up my HP.
Boost up, yeah. Lonnie, you see this appendage. It's risen. It's caused heat. It's kind of disturbed Tento, but Tento's balancing on it. That's what's happening right now. What do you do? You don't understand anything that's being said, of course, because none of it's in Parvia.
I thought she could understand it.
She knows those languages, but she's in blah 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 mode.
Oh.
Is this difficult terrain right here?
No, it's just a bit of
Okay. Is Lumi able to hop up and drag Tento down off of it, or is it too high?
No,
essentially,
because
I want
so
to
here's
do
the thing.
that and move over here.
Tento's on like a 7-foot tall rock and he's now on top of a 10-foot above that protrusion. So he's like mechanically 20 feet in the air from where you are, and Lumi would need to climb straight up. She could theoretically dig her claws that she has in now into the flesh to try and run up the side.
Okay.
Do you want her to try that?
Nah, he's fine on his own. Disengage just in case, and Lonnie's gonna go here. And third. Where are you? Oh, because I was going to third level cure wounds. Cure wounds, third level, and not from Lumi because Lumi doesn't know that.
Wait, can Lumi heal now?
6, yeah. Unicorn rises with great virility and veracity, and very true unicorn, I guess. Hiroshi has zoomed it. It's healed. Is ready to fucking go. It's like hopping around. It's like, woohoo! And it looks like it's ready to burst from those ropes that restrain it for the moment. The moment it's its turn. That's your turn, right?
And just for good
That's
measure.
right. That's something I could have done. Oh well.
Hmm?
And yeah, just for good measure, 2 temp HP, all of 2 temp HP with the staff.
Yeah,
And
you shake the
is
golden
it.
spores and they crash around. It is Tento's turn, so. You notice that as the spores touch, by the way, they enliven wherever they touch. But they mix with the blood in the wound, and the spores turn from like sort of like a fainter gold to a brighter silver. It is
Oh, wait.
Tento's turn.
Sorry, actually, one more thing. Can I ask the unicorn if it has any idea what is going on there? Sorry, I know you kind of just got up, but do you
It's
know
not
what that
really
is?
in the. It's not 10 seconds after coming up from unconscious. It's not really forming a coherent. 6
Okay.
seconds after. It's not forming coherent sentences other than saying like danger, basically. Tento, you are up on this flesh mound. What do you do?
Doing like, what is this? Zion? Did you do? What is this?
I don't know.
No, that's not comforting. All right. Can I? Let me look at something real quick. Awesome. Hey, is this thing warm? Like
Yes.
fire hot or no?
It's not
Yeah?
fire. It's like so. Okay, the stone around it that became flesh. It seems to melt for a moment, as if the magma's rolling over it before it transformed into flesh. So there's a lot of residual heat coming off from that reaction, but it's not like meltingly hot on your feet right now.
I still don't like that. So
call it warm.
I'm definitely gonna get off it.
All right, it's a 10-foot fall. That'll be, I believe, a d6 of bludgeoning unless you do something to lessen it.
What? This is. I did not know that. Okay.
It's brought up 10 feet. That's why you made the deck save to see if it was going to knock you over. You managed to stand on top of it.
Oh. Oh, in that case, I'm just gonna stab it.
Okay, so you're going to whip out your blade and go for the stab.
Yeah.
Zion, you witnessed this. Do you say anything?
Tento, we're trying to talk here.
We're trying to have a
Zion,
civil conversation.
what is it saying then?
You did hear it. Actually, Tento, do you know Kiho, Niho, or Viho? I feel like you might have studied one of those.
No, the only ones I know is Josian.
Oh, true. Never mind.
I thought you studied Kiho.
No.
No,
That was
I
an
think everyone
option.
but him said
Yeah.
Kiho.
All right, so Tento didn't hear anything of the response. Zion, you got anything at this moment you're going to say that's
Yeah,
going to
anything
Tento
to
not to
stop
stab?
me?
You know, I'm just trying to talk to it first, if you don't mind.
I'm on top of it, Zion.
Tento, you are on top of it.
Yeah.
You going to go for the
Help.
stab? Are the words of your friend enough to make you waver 6 seconds?
Yes.
You hold it. It comes to its turn. It pulses. It grows up a little, and then it recedes, and it wavers a bit. It seems like it stopped consuming rock, and it's beginning to sag down a bit. like lowering from the surface. You're now only like 5 feet up from the top of the rock, Tento, and the flesh bits are kind of like caving in. And you hear this like mournful dirge overcoming you. Everyone. It's like a cry of pain and helplessness. And it just says, die, Zion. It seems like it's going to thrash out, but it doesn't. And it says, no fight. And it seems like it's going against almost its nature here, but you've, for the moment, convinced it. At this point in time, the Dryads rush up. The Dryads say to rush up. They cut away the rope, right? And the thing doesn't attack on its turn. The unicorn is freed. It comes up. It dances all around. It's very happy, and it summons.
Double movement from haste?
Yeah, double movement from haste. It summons a shimmering shield to defend Tento. And there's like a glistening silvered shield all around you, Tento, and you feel a lot safer. And I would just ask this. So, like, it seems like you might be about to end the combat, but in initiative order, I'm going to ask anybody if they would do anything to attack or damage the flesh. Hiroshi, you going to do anything? To attack or damage the flesh in particular.
I would most likely spend my action charging up.
So you're standing up, but you're not taking the shot.
Correct. I'm just gonna be over here just having a Dragon Ball Z.
You're gathering the power, the lightning wind dancing around you. The satyrs in awe and reverence step away. Lonnie...
We'll know what he does next episode.
Zion, I assume you don't stab this thing you're trying to communicate with.
No.
Lonnie, I assume that you don't engage in an act of violence at this juncture, but I could be wrong.
And suddenly, Lonnie turns into a murder hobo.
No? Okay,
No.
it's not yet. Tento, you're still up here. It's starting to sag down. You could hop off more safely now. You could stab. What do you do?
I'll try to help Tento down. It's not doing anything right now.
You could jump to this thing here, which is only a 5-foot difference drop.
Tento's like, alright. He just hops off it, I guess.
You can hop down like a rock ledge, or you could try and make a long jump over there. But yeah, you get down, basically. And the flesh is deflating. And it lets out a horrible cry. The unicorn starts a little bit closer. And it's very clear to you, Zion, that this thing is deteriorating as its flesh begins to, like, calcify and grow gray at the rims again. And the appendage is, like, billowing out, but in a way akin to cell death. Like, this is the death throes of this entity. And it says to you, water, need to drink, need life. But you know the word it uses for water is more like liquid essence. It's thrashing about. It's entirely a congregous with the world around it. To look at it, it's almost as if though a bleeding sore in reality. There's something entirely off about it. And it just strikes you with its immediacy. Like, the thing in front of you is the entity that dominates the terrain. And it feels as if though its very shape, its very sinews, just have a stupid look to them.
I'm curious.
Almost like the folds of a misshapen brain.
What do the satyrs and dryads? How are they reacting?
They're
Is it
pointing
like,
their fucking arrows at this shit, and they're looking at each other. And the dryads like, this thing is not of nature. It is clearly some foul summoning of... And then there's like a nay, and like the unicorn kind of like dashes back and forth as if though to, like, you know, draw everyone's attention. And then they've all got the arrows up ready to shoot this shit. The dryads are ready to throw out spells. And then the unicorn speaks to you, Lonnie, because you have Speak with Animals up. And the unicorn says, this creature... I believe the Chudlings have brought it into existence. With their ritual, they have fed upon the fellness of this rock and its sorrows, and used the psychic trauma here to produce something, but it It needed my blood, and it needed its ritual. The ritual was not enough, and they did not complete the ritual, and it did not sup of enough of my blood. I do not think it will live long. I feel it fading. I do not know if we should hasten it on its way as a mercy, or... And then the, unicorn kind of trails off and looks behind it, and everyone looks at you, and they say, and the dryads, the satyrs are like, "What's the unicorn saying?" Well, what's he saying? What's the unicorn saying? What should we do? They got the arrows up, like.
I know it's not still combat, but I feel like Lonnie would still count it as combat. Lonnie like opens her mouth and just thinks better of it, and just kind of like I guess like puts her staff away and kind of like tries to like tell them like motion like calm down.
They like lower their bows slightly, but keep their arrows knocked and drawn. And the Chrome of Shaman comes forth and says, "This thing, what is it?" Zion, you're communicating with this entity. It's what do you want to say to it as it seems to be dying? Do you want to do anything? Do you want to say anything to it?
I'll just pet it. It'll be okay soon.
Oh shit! You walk forward and you reach out and you stroke it as its flesh turns from the strange unflesh bright neon hues, dead gray, reforming to rock and a cold wave to mirror the heat. And it's like you see a microcosm of worlds dying, of the heat death that will inevitably come for all. It struggles for life, and it doesn't get it. And it's dying. There's no two ways about it. Unless you do anything in particular other than comfort it, you think that it will soon pass from this world.
Nope, just comforting.
Alright. It seems to almost have this, like, kick in it. Try and lash out one last time. Roll me a either animal handling or persuasion with advantage.
Oh, jeez.
Meanwhile, you're ready back there with the mega blast. Oh.
Damn.
Nice.
Yeah, you reach out and like with its dying like it shudders, and you feel something like a teardrop on your gauntlet, and you look. There's nothing there, but you feel like when you turn it in the light, you almost see a suggestion of the bead in the glimmer of maybe not this sun, perhaps another. And as it molts and dies there and leaves what looks like a terribly weirdly shaped rock, Zion, you gain a new feat.
Speak with the rocks.
Yes.
From speaking with the tree to speaking with rocks, man, Zion should be a druid now.
Yeah, you gain Chud Friend. Chud associated entities will not attack you while they have other valid targets.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
Mm.
The benefits of diplomacy. Yeah, gonna have to label that one under other.
We totally planned for this ahead of time. Because this was the most obvious outcome of this requirement.
Now there's like a slight like stone stalactite. Do you want to try and like splazer it off? Yeah, okay, you shoot the rock. You leave a fucking hole over the chipped like tip, and like a smattering of rock falls, and everyone's like, "Yay, you did it!" And
I'm gonna look at her. She's like, "What are you doing? Why did you do that?"
Unicorn.
Well, you see me over here charging a lot of energy. I can't just reabsorb that energy. That would destroy me. I do have to shoot it somewhere.
So you shot at the rock? Why didn't you just shoot up in the air?
See, That messes the atmosphere so hard. Do you see how much wind and electricity I would throw up there?
Okay, now you're just lying.
Do you know how much environmental damage that would cause?
No, it wouldn't cause any environmental. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the satyrs sort of like
I've
drag
done
away
this
the
for many
bodies.
years in my mountain. I actually have tested this out.
What, is your mountain a
not fun.
wasteland because you did it so much? What are you talking about? What kind of damage are you doing?
So the satyrs,
Let's say it didn't rain for like 3 months.
satyrs drug away the bodies, but there are 2 unconscious chudlings, who are alive and spattered in, you know, a bit of blood, but they're alive. They kind of, like, satyrs kind of look at Zion as if to say, like, I mean, literally one of them says, "If this is your mercy, then you will bear the brunt of it. Take them with you."
Zion, according to plan.
Yeah, and my army is growing.
We're gonna have
Yes.
like the 200-year gap, and then like all the chudlings are actually gonna be like the smartest race.
I like it.
You've actually, like, tutored them, like, so. Don't be dipshits. Books
Don't-
are good.
Uh,
Do you
Others?
see that? Do you see that halfling? Yes, that's a halfling. Over there. Do you see that? Don't do what he does.
So,
Excuse me.
yeah, you got the liver. Well, this guy died actually. He was over here. So yeah. As the things wrap up, the unicorn does approach you guys, and you do still have a smear of its blood on your shoulder, Orochi.
Yeah.
And it expresses its gratitude as it says to Lonnie, "Thank you so much for everything that you've done. This battle will be remembered for generations to come. The woods will not forget." You see, there's like squirrels and birds come in awe of this event. And they all, like, the deer watch as they all gather around to gaze upon the unicorn. And the unicorn says, "I cannot do much, but in my weakened state, but tell me, if you would ask a boon of me, I would surely grant it. For I owe you my life. And life begets life, as death begets death.
Lonnie.
I honor this cycle, as must we all. This is nature's way."
Do I get the impression that like it's gonna be offensive if I don't take this?
Roll me an insight?
Lonnie.
Lonnie's just like going, "Nah, nah," and then the unicorn's like, "Nah, nah, 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 nah."
Nene?
You get the sense that the unicorn is just very grateful for the fact that you saved its fucking life, and it would like to do you a solid because it's like a magical healing entity that can do that kind of thing. It wouldn't necessarily be offended, but you know, it wants to help.
Lonnie. And it's gonna be like, Lonnie.
Lonnie, you hear not noise, and then you see Tento coming up on you.
What?
Ask if it's. Can you ask if it's seen nutters around here somewhere? There's a lot of living creatures here.
Maybe in a bit.
What are you guys
Lonnie
talking about?
is going to. Who seems like is the Chrome Hoof Shaman the one that seems like the most in charge in general around
he's in
here?
charge of the satyrs, and the dryads are like, you know, willing to like kind of like follow along. He's in awe of this happening as they've just had like an epic battle, seen weird shit happen, and now you're communing with a unicorn. And he's kind of like, damn. You actually see him like kind of like strumming his harp and like thinking absentmindedly to himself as he watches, almost like he's composing.
Lonnie is going to say to the group and make sure the shaman knows that he's including this conversation, and just mention that the unicorn grateful for what we did and asks if there's any way to repay the favor.
The Chrome Wolf kind of bows and says, "The shade of the mountain has taken pride of place in this battle. I defer to you. We are all well rested and well taken care of." And the chrome hooves kind of like lower their... Actually, they raise their chins in a show of respect and deference. Because if they were lowering their horns at you, they'd be indicating they intended to charge.
Point.
They
That's
show
a
you,
very good point,
they show
actually.
you their chins. They show you their throats in a sign of
Show us our
vulnerability.
shins. Alright, see.
Hey.
It's like, Lonnie, what does the unicorn want?
Lonnie literally just explained this, by the way.
Oh, sorry, I was having a riveting conversation with Hiroshi. What'd you say?
Tento, you're still looking a little dumb.
No, Zion. No, I'm not.
Yeah, Lonnie's gonna ask.
Oh.
He's gonna ask the unicorn. Well, first off, is this one okay now, or is he usually this?
Are you pointing to Tento?
Yeah.
It goes nay, nay, as Lonnie points at you and goes nay, 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 and it's like nay, Winnie, and conveys in so many words that the effects of the Chud speaker's terrible weavings are gone from this place, save their dead remnants. Gesticulates with his horn at the rock.
Lonnie's just like,
I
oh,
literally was
okay,
not paying
so
attention.
Tento's be that dumb. Okay, she thinks
You
for
want to
herself.
ask if
No, so
You wanna
wait,
ask
so
if it's
Tento would have heard, because you were typing it, Tento would have heard that Lonnie said, like, he asking if the unicorn can help us. The unicorn's
I don't know if
asking
you
if it can help you.
establish speak with yeah, I guess it'd be kind of dumb if I constantly have speak with animals up and just constantly speaking in animal language.
Yeah, so Tento, you do hear
Yeah,
that.
I guess you heard
What
that.
What would Tento say in response to that, if anything? Basically, the
Oh, that
unicorn's
wants
just...
to give us something?
Yeah, they're offering to do you a solid, basically, in return for saving his life.
Why don't you just ask for someone's blood?
well,
I'm not.
I think that would be a little offensive if you just
No.
ask for someone's blood. But can you ask if
I
we
mean,
can
you
hold
have it
on
on
to
your
this
shoulder.
favor? Can you ask if we can hold on to this favor when, we go to war and we need a bunch of people injured and dying?
Ah,
Because you guys told me you guys are going to war with another army, with your army, a lot of injuries.
Then yeah, Lonnie's gonna turn to the unicorn and ask, like, we're about to engage in many battles, and we want to help as many people get through it as possible. Is there any way you can help with that?
It says, to defer a favor is not my preference, but given that I have been done so great a deed by you, I will return a great one instead. If you make your war this season, then I will come, the wounded, and spread what health I can. But know this, it will be dangerous for me to travel into the lands that have been tainted by blight and are overrun by greedy and desperate short-lived creatures, for they will surely seek to kill me and to take my body.
you definitely don't want that.
How about if
We
after the
will-
war we bring the injured to you?
Yeah. Well, yeah, Lonnie was
I'm
gonna...
assuming you're gonna be translating all this, Lonnie.
No, Lonnie was gonna go directly into we'll do our best to bring them as close to the forest then.
And Unicorn nods and says, it is enough. And pauses for a moment and says, and the camp in the southeast. Are they your enemies or your allies?
Who's your referring to?
Camp?
Camp to the southeast.
Okay, Lonnie will translate that part, the camp to the southeast.
Who are they?
The unicorn
Our army is
says,
very far to the south of us right now.
the
but-
unicorn says they bear a green banner.
Oh, the green brand.
That's...
I don't think that necessarily
And the,
That's
and,
bad.
and the
Our
hi-
banner isn't green, right?
No.
and the highest mon they raise is the sigil of a storm.
No. Well, we have no... What's the word?
affiliation.
No, not affiliation. like we have no beef with them. What's the more archaic way of saying we have no beef with
No
them?
quarrel. You have
qualms.
no quarrel
Oh, there
with
we
them.
go.
No qualms with their presence there. No quarrel, no fight.
Yeah, the quarrel was the one I was looking for. We have no quarrel with them, but
Mm-hmm.
we aren't exactly their allies either. We just we haven't actually we don't
says
know them very well.
it says they descend upon that place with intent. I suspect you will have to make your arrangements. Very well then. I'm not here to marshal your army in war. I will merely come when the time comes. For now, I depart. I'll leave for you this gift. And the unicorn gesticulates at the blood smeared on Oroshi's shoulder. And I will say this. It looks at the Eldergraft staff, right? And it says, douse this Eldergraft in my blood, and it shall grow again. And so too its bounty. Boom. And with that, the unicorn kind of like, no, and like rears
Ronnie,
up.
before the unicorn goes, is just going to bow to it and also ask, like, will you be fine, or do you require more healing?
I will ride free again.
Sure.
My body already returns to its rejuvenating nature. The blood flowing in my veins heals with ease. No, not to other creatures.
That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, unicorn's gonna be fine, you know, like.
Cool.
That's basically what I said. Yeah.
So it pieces out, and you know, 120L is taking care of the bodies, the wounded, and everybody around is like ready to go back through the portal, as it were.
Lonnie's gonna just let everyone know, like, yeah, just if we bring the wounded to near this forest, then they'll help us then. And I guess Lonnie's gonna try to find some random scrap of cloth that she may or may not have and start wiping the blood off of Orochi.
Alright, so she takes a rag and she's like, and she got this nice oily layer on the rag. Gusting silver upon this fabric, a strange twinging to it that almost seems it stand at end like steel wool, but for the texture that it engraves on the liquid surface. It would seem a night sky illumined, butterflies shot through with beams of.
Did it seem like I got all of that I could?
Yeah, you got like a good. There's like a little bit left. That's kind of like a thin sheer layer on his shoulder, but you got what you're gonna get.
Okay. Actually, you know what? I have. Yeah, I have two uses of this. I think if I have my water skin, I'll just pour out. If there's water in the water skin, I'll pour it out. And can I use control water on the blood?
It says like any liquid of like a certain type, right?
It says any freestanding water.
I think it would be cool.
Bloodbender?
You bloodbend that shit.
Okay, then I'll go put it from the cloth and on Orochi into the water skin.
Alright, I mean, I guess the only question here is like, because like Shin had to AFK, if Orochi would like not consent.
Oh
this,
yeah, shoot!
But I feel like Shin's probably gonna say yeah. So you're not trying to use it right now on anything.
No, I'm just trying to store it. Cause yeah, that seems like a more lengthy process I'm gonna have to do later.
It's just a douse, but yeah.
Shinto's gonna look at you, he's like, you can do that with blood? Since when?
I don't know, just like if blood's kind of like water, so maybe if I have enough time to think of it that way.
So all you have to do is just think of it like that, and it happens.
I don't know. Lonnie sees a blood stain. Lonnie sees a blood stain on this ground. Because I think control water lasts for like 10 minutes. How long is it again? 10 minutes. Lonnie's just gonna try to like move that blood to see if it's just unicorn blood or like all blood.
That blood doesn't seem responsive, but you also don't know if it's because you've got so many preconceptions about that blood compared to the other blood. I'm just getting
Never
ready
mind.
for
I guess it's not as simple as that.
That's what I'll say.
I
You can
guess
definitely just do
unicorn
some
blood's
real
just
damage.
special.
That's what I'll say. If you can just do that to any sort of blood, you can do some real damage to some people.
It does.
Like-
I do think I do need to see it, and I would rather. I do think I need to see it at the very least.
Do you know that, or are you guessing that?
Well, I also see that blood, and I can't move it, so
Aw.
I don't
was
know.
like,
maybe
"Aw."
maybe Zion could tell you more. Maybe there's just more water in the unicorn's blood.
The Lollygaggers raid with a 10 as we discuss the logistics of
Alchemical
unicorn
properties.
blood. Hey, Lollygaggers, how you doing, everybody? The Defenders of Kobold, everybody, the whole gang out here. A raid party.
It's like,
indeed,
it
so.
doesn't matter.
So you guys, you've had the terrible Chud appendage emerge from the rock. You have defended the unicorn. You've received its favor to cash in later. You head back to the Healing Spring through the root way.
Oh, don't forget we blast a hole in the rock because for whatever reason we can shoot up in the air.
Yep, it's yeah. You've blown off the tip of this like dead, decrepit, like weirdly organic now once again dead rock divot in this boulder where this terrible ritual was being performed. You come back around. There's a massive gaping root, about 10 feet tall. You enter. You twist around as if though a little bug through a tree. And after a time of some aggressively real, woody, dirty-smelling root travel, you emerge back in Oakenglen, the healing pool. You step back out of the head of the Watcher in the Wode. And she turns back upright and then returns the guise of a tree. Tumbuncula, the druid, is like, ah! His beard looking a little less shock white, a little more dirty than when last you saw him. The Naiad reclines upon the side of her upper healing pool. She looks down at you and says, I sense the unicorn is safe once more. And the Assayers kind of like spread out like, whoa, that was awesome! And buck their horns and their hooves up against one another. And they immediately basically break into dance as the shaman breaks out on their harp and begins to compose. And sort of like throw out lines, testing them. And there's some dancing, and the drivers get involved. 120L kind of looks like, what is this tactical maneuver? And looks to Zion questioning.
How do I dance with them? How do I bust a move?
Give me, how do I bust a move?
Downloading. Is it like is this a cash shop item? Do you have to like pay some money before you can download this DLC?
Yeah.
No, this is thankfully a free DLC.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, no microtransactions in High Road, except there are with bits, so I guess I'm lying. Haha. Well, for High Road is a $60 game, though, so you know.
Yeah.
Alright. Hey, Shin. Welcome back.
Hey, sorry about that, guys.
Oh, good. Would you have done anything? She wanted to... Lonnie wanted to gather up the unicorn blood off your shoulder. Would you have been cool with that?
Oh. Yeah, probably.
Alright.
Someone that's more understanding of unicorn that's not my two.
Well, I wiped
And-
it off. So I wiped it off with a cloth first, so it looked like I was cleaning it, and then later I came back and control water the rest of it off of you. So take that as you will.
It's a bloodbending.
I mean, my main thing was I was trying to get a dryad to tell me like, okay, so how do I dispose of this without being sacrilegious?
Yeah, I mean they would have turned and they would have approved. They sort of seem to defer to Lonnie, and they're like the Glycaceres. She seems to know.
Yeah, I wouldn't really oppose.
Yeah, there's dancing, there's partying, there's playing of harp music now. The Chrome of Shaman is really laying it down. The Naiad is watching from above. Homuncula is like taking a breather, takes out a pipe, and is kind of. I watched the whole thing. That was quite the fight there. You've picked up a few moves, Lonnie. This is good shit.
Wait, Lonnie fought before? Have you seen her fight before?
Lonnie fights?
Okay, please tell me about all the adventures that you've seen
I'm
Lonnie on.
legitimately thinking through all of the spells I used in that fight. I'm like, was anything out of druids? I guess Sanctuary might be out of druid.
Speak
Spell
with
list.
animals, sanctuary.
I mean, Drew is definitely gonna speak with animals, but he kind of washed, and he also he's like, now I couldn't hear you, but your lips. What language were you speaking? All throughout the fight, it seemed like from the moment you met battle. No, she didn't speak like it was a Sprack.
I had cast speak with animals, so perhaps that was.
Kind of looks at you like there's progressively more holes in the story, and I'm not sure if I shouldn't call it out. But you would note by this point that you've never heard Lonnie speak common in a fight. Like, at first that might have been right offable, but you've never heard Lonnie speak.
Lonnie speak in a fight, period.
I will also note that at least with Lonnie's clan, they have to speak Druidic to cast Druid spells.
Mm-hmm.
Tinto's gonna be like, wait, she doesn't do that? She hasn't done that in the past before?
If he's talking about the actual spell casting, she also was not speaking Druidic.
The verbal components didn't look right to him. He blows 3 little smoke rings, peter out, and
Tinto's.
the Dryads dance. The Chudlings and the Chudling and Chud Speaker are presumably secured by a 120L, unless Zion orders it to bust a move. And yeah, Tento, what are you up to?
He's gonna ask. How do you pronounce his name again? Thumblecula.
Thumblecula.
I was like, wait, that's not something she usually does. She does this every time you get in a fight.
He wheezes. And he's
Lonnie
like,
is just
does
going
what every
to
time you get in a fight? Like curiously.
Wander over to somewhere a little bit more secluded. Speaks her next spell at a much lower volume.
You know, she speaks a different language.
And Monkey is like, but that's curious. I thought. You mean when she's casting spells, or?
No, when she's just in a actually stressful situation.
He's thinking about this very intently. He says, curious.
So that isn't normal for her.
And he's like, I can't say I've ever seen Lonnie fight. So, maybe she just comes under the spell of battle fatigue and becomes obsessed with him. Certainly happens.
Insight check him, see how convinced he is to himself
roll
about
insight,
that.
roll insight.
Come on.
He's entertained the idea.
Okay.
Yeah, so Lonnie slinks back, and she's like behind a tree or some shit, or is she just a little bit away?
She's just actually, you know what? Is the spell still up from last time? From when she first cast it? It lasts 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Control water.
It's 10 minutes.
Okay.
It's like
never mind. She's just going to stay where she was and try to eavesdrop on Tento and Homuncula while she does this, since it requires no more verbal components, I presume.
Yep, and you whip it out, you water bend out the blood, and this silvery, oil slicky contraption of unicorn blood comes out and forms over the tip of the Eldergraft's staff, this sort of frayed knot, and it begins to grow and shake as everybody looks at this in surprise as you see it sprout like bulbs, grow wider, spread out, and there's like these like silver white bulbs, almost like all your reverse like white mistletoe, and there's like these like tiny little spinels, not quite leaves at the tip, and it grows a bit larger. And Lonnie, you feel as if though, and the satyrs like point and say, the Eldergraft grows. And one of them says, this must be the blessing of the unicorn. Yeah, so you have watered the Eldergraft shaft with the blood of unicorns. And
Lonnie, sorry, go ahead.
And yeah, it seems to have gained an additional potency, this healing staff you used to spread healing spores. Now previously it did a d6 temp HP, how often?
3 times a day, bonus action.
Indeed. You haven't tested it out to figure out what it does yet, or you could spend a long rest investigating, or you could...
I guess I'll... Yeah, Roshi looks kind of hurt. Lonnie's gonna try it on Roshi.
Well, I guess as Roshi walks up to you, and as you're doing this to him, he's gonna ask, like, Lonnie, you sure you should be using the blood like that? Like...
And then there's like a silvery
Isn't
grain of
this blood
spores
sacred?
that fall all over you. And yeah.
You
yes,
know, experiment Naroshi.
Yeah, so Lonnie, roll
that to him.
Lonnie, roll a d8.
And get a 1. Let's go!
Yeah, it seems like the capacity is a bit broader now. Not only that, but it feels like there's a power locked within the staff. And if one were attuned to it, they might be able to use a little bit more. Not only that...
I do believe I am.
Okay, so you're attuned? Okay.
Because
so,
you have to be attuned to even use the spores, I believe.
4 uses of
this is
D8.
when you're attuned to it, it's a bonus action. If you're not attuned, it's a main action.
Oh yeah, we changed that. But yeah, I am attuned. 4 uses. Oh yay.
D8 10 HP. That's actually really good.
Especially if I freaking Beacon of Hope
It
this
also
again.
contains 1 cast of wound at second level within.
Shit! Okay.
Yep.
Let's see.
Yep.
So 4. Is it? It's still I presume it's like still like.
Yes, you
spell
must
and everything,
touch.
it's not
You
like
must
the
touch
range.
the tip of
Okay.
it to someone. Yeah, you don't get cure wounds at range from this.
1 per day.
Yeah, so you got a once
So
per
you get
day
an action to do the cure wounds, not a bonus action.
Yeah, no, you
It's
gotta
just the
spend
free
action.
cure. It's just the free second level cure wounds a day
Yeah.
if I
Okay.
have the staff. Okay.
Shit.
Yeah. So
Yay.
I'm still gonna question you on using the blood, unicorn blood.
Yeah, the Dryads and the Satyr do
Well,
kind
I
of turn mid of the celebration.
permission.
Yeah, and they're like, well, like basically one of the Satyrs steps up and says, "If the unicorn consents, drugs."
Oh, I missed that part then.
Yeah. There was like a name, and they're
She
kind
never
of guessing.
translated this, but she did have a conversation with a unicorn.
So I would still question you.
Yeah.
And I guess so
Yeah,
with everyone else, unless everyone else also.
The
She
Dryad
did
Dryad
not
says,
translate this
"I
part.
heard the spirit of the Dryad would turn like put a hand on Hiroshi and say, I heard the spirit of the unicorn, and it entrusted the blood shed in the battle to Lonnie as a gift for what you did to defend its life."
I thought the gift was that the unicorn is gonna help us in the future.
Yeah, I think it was sort of a waste not, want not kind of gift situation, like a might as well go for it, 3-second rule when you dropped it on the floor kind of situation.
3 seconds.
This is a very
Oh, they're a bit more strict. We have
mundane
5-second
rules to
rule.
this very sacred and magical life essence of a creature.
Why are you? What do you?
The Dryads.
Why do you care, Roshi?
The Dryad says simply, it is not for me to question the intents or desires of the unicorn. The unicorn is a being of the woods, as have I become, and now coexists. I do not claim to fully understand its nature or its desires as an individual. All I understand is that, as far as this is concerned, what has been done is not improper. So long as the unicorn accepts this, so too do I. Did we just lose Shin right after he said that? No, he's just unknown user.
No, I'm still here.
Shin, we gotta see you. You gotta do the thingy, Shin, or the cameras get all doop doop.
Wait, what? Oh! Wait, why is my camera off?
Shin, your targeting computer's been turned off. Is something wrong?
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yes,
hear you.
we
Yes.
can hear you.
Okay.
But the cams are fucked until you get your camera back.
Tento, don't you have a letter to deliver?
Was that given
I
to
thought we
me?
already handed that in.
Did you?
I was wondering, was that given to me?
I don't know. I think it was. I don't remember.
Hey, either way, yeah, I'll totally give it to them.
Who did you hand this letter?
Oh yeah, the Green Brand's letter.
Hmm.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, so you hand it to
Yeah.
the Naiad?
Yeah.
You walk
She
back
seems
up,
like she's in charge.
hand it. She looks at it and says, "What's this?"
The Green Barons wanted to give you this letter. They want to what's the word? Cooperate with
He kind of looks at it and he's like, Timbuncula, come read it. Timbuncula comes out, cracks it open, reads it, and says, "Hail, O Naiad of Oaken Glen. As we move the earth and bend before the coming of the sun, so too must each age come and then bend. Now a new time rises, and the old arise once more. A relationship with nature may yet be restored. You join in common cause with us, your cousins, the earth spiders. Now hear us, for we know that you are neutral, but we also know that the land is sick and the land died. And many have hid alone, and much has died. Where if we had stood as one, there might be victory. Now is our final chance, the final grasp to break down the unbidden earth, Athator, and strike at the tainted heart, and set right what has been gone wrong, and bring back the pact to its natural order. This is the path offered by the return of Typhoon. For once the Green Brands were divided, and now they are one. The son of the first clan returns to us, and we embrace him. Join us. We know you seek not spoils, desire not riches, but you do need the realm to know peace, for the woods will never heal. Blood ill waters these grass. Now, coming of blight and pollution and death. The natural order decay. You must feel it in your very bone, as we do. Join us. And with one grand thrust, shall topple tyrants, bring about a new kingdom. Timbuncula says, it's signed, your cousins, the earth spiders. He shakes his head and kind of like puts it in the grass and says, politics. And the Naiad says, I do not think I will bother with a reply. Old of them to assume. And she kind of splashes back into the water and chills on her island. And Timbuncula kind of looks like, shrugs, and says, I suppose they have their reason.
Hmm?
They are... And then he just kind of trails off.
Yeah.
Well, and the satyrs have
I guess-
resumed partying downstairs, like, yay, look at the silver staff, this is so cool. And they're beginning to incorporate all of this into song. The dryads are singing, the Chrome of Shaman is laying down the harp music, and the dryads and satyrs are dancing.
What time is it now?
Like in game?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's closing on midnight.
Okay.
Oops,
Lonnie
sorry.
is. Lonnie, I guess, will go up to Monkula,
Mhm.
and say, "Hey, Tumby, it's getting rather late. Would it be all right if we stayed here for the night before we continued on our journey?"
Of course, he looks at the Naiad and says, I'm sure our host wouldn't mind. And she says, you're free to stay here as long as you like. I enjoy your company, Oglyake CRS, and that of your intriguing companions. Come, rest in the waters. The Wode accepts you, O saviors of the unicorn. Those who rest in the shade of the mountain will know peace, my grove. Yeah, you're totally chill to stay here the night.
I was gonna go back to the pond down there and just put the stick in there. Put the tide against.
Yeah, you throw the stack.
Also,
That
like, did
means
she get
back
to
in there.
eavesdrop on?
You heard what transpired between Tumbuncula and Zion, or not Tumbuncula and Tento. Did we lose someone? Is that Casey? Casey, I can't see you or hear you right now. Ah, you're back. You're back. You're back.
Oh.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Okay.
You
Run back.
Yeah. Oh wait, she's back now.
Okay. I guess
Okay,
I
now
think
she's
that's been the internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did I overhear Tomuncula and
Yeah, you overheard that whole thing. You
and
were close
Tento's
enough.
conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I didn't know if they were trying to keep it secret. Okay.
No.
Well, yeah, Lonnie will let the group know that we're free to make camp here.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, unless there's anything in particular you guys like to do, there's a refreshing long rest ahead of you. You can awaken in 4 hours fully rested. You could leave before first light if you wanted.
I was gonna.
So if it's half the time, then that only means I take 3 hours?
Yeah.
Tento's gonna walk around the forest, see if there's anything interesting around here.
You walk around Open
Besides a
Glen.
refreshing spring and some trees.
It's a tight glen. There's cliff walls to either side. The foliage offers no footpath, even for you, Tento, to the north. That you can't slide in between some of them. It's like grown so dense and so arching that it would require a truly Herculean effort to just mow it all down. You don't feel like the forest would let you just do that. Life is clustered around here, and it's vibrant and green in a way that the blighted fields and rivers of Cathadak surely are not. There's beauty here. Preserved nature, virulent life, blessings of the pool. A far cry from what lies beyond in devastation.
Oh, then Tento's like, he's like, oh, nice place.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, it might still. He looks at his tattoos; they're still glowing. He's like, oh, I'm still doing the thingy. Huh? I should probably turn that. Okay. Just talks to himself like, probably should turn that off.
Yeah, it turns to
Stops
so
slowly breath. Like,
you exhale, you feel good. You feel rested, Tento. Everybody feels very rested in this place as the songs and dulcet dancing and clapping of hooves drift off pleasantly into the night with the
Can I try
roaring of the
playing my
waters.
ocarina?
Yeah, you want to bust it out? Give me a
Thought you
performance
had
roll.
that.
Yeah.
Roll me a performance.
my gem encrusted ocarina.
Yeah, pull out that gem-encrusted ocarina and absolutely throw down.
Let's
My
see if
other
I take it
question
with
is,
night.
Zion, do you have the panpipes, or did we destroy that?
That's not bad.
I
Nice.
don't have it. I think we destroyed it.
Okay. Sorry, you don't have it anymore.
So yeah, time blends, and it's 12:25. But in the morning, I'm gonna say you guys can get like a pretty swift passage as the woods part before you the next day. Where basically just like, unless there's some, actually, is there anything that you guys think you want to do here next session? In conversations like that with someone.
Lonnie wants to do one thing before we leave.
Okay.
I don't know about the others.
Then I would say feel free to plot your path, but I think that as we rise from the woods, it is so that the next morning comes a little brighter over the blighted woods, and the dawn seems to beat back a bit more of the darkness. You have war and death and blight and strife ahead of you, but for now, no tranquility. And as we do that, it is time for feedback phase. Just hit me with it. No need to dwell on any point that you're not really feeling. Just give it to me, and we'll move on, and then we'll do a quick raid. Left to right, Casey, hit me with it.
It was a fun session. Again, I don't know. It's kind of fun how like many different combat scenarios you put towards us that have like different goals. Unicorns are fucking cool. And it's, I don't know, it's nice having the upgrade to the staff was a nice thing. Was a nice surprise, and I don't know, just the whole vibe of this area is pretty cool. It's like, oh yeah, we know shit, but we're also gonna not immediately call you out, and like, I don't know, it's an interesting vibe. And I don't know, you also like did a good job of pushing us in the right direction in a very narrative way. Looking forward to whatever comes next. Looking forward to whatever comes of Tento's decisions about the curse. And and him having False Tablet back.
Does she even know that's missing?
I don't think she would check, honestly.
Fair enough.
Until it becomes relevant, she probably wouldn't check. And yeah, and the Chuddites are also always an interesting encounter with your narrative description. So fun world, fun descriptions, and nice, more chill combat is a nice change of pace.
Yeah,
that's it.
Nice change of pace. All right, Kai, hit me with it.
All right, fun session. I'm happy that you let me, talk things out with this creature, whatever it was, and the random feat that you gave me was pretty cool. I like that. And the upgrade to the staff was nice as well. And yeah, overall, good session. And I look forward to bringing these two Chuddites back with me.
Back in the fold.
God, you started a reform school for them at this point. Alright, that's it? Yep.
They will become the most intelligent beings on this planet.
Darren, hit me with it.
Oh yeah, no, today was a lot of fun. I did like how you just let, like Kai become the king of the Chuddites, or king, queen, whatever.
Speaker.
The ruler of the Chuddites. That was a lot of fun. Lots of fun RP moments. I'm glad we're getting some more background stories, because backstories are always nice. Can't wait to see what they say about the blood robots. Can't wait to see what you're gonna do with the curse and the fact that Tento has False Tablet back. It's interesting how what's her face reacted to it, and she was like, "Aren't you done with that shit?" I was like, "No,
No, I'm not. Yeah,
not quite
fun.
yet. Not quite yet." And that's it for me.
Yay. All right. In that case, Shin, the wrap. Sorry, I know you had some technical problems tonight, Shin. So hopefully that didn't
That's
impact
okay.
your session too bad. But how would it feel?
overall, I think it was a good session. There was a lot of good RP moments. Main things I enjoyed was, as other ones said, the way you're handling rewards for certain plays and certain like choices. Like upgrading our existing gear instead of just giving us new ones to replace. Giving us feats, which is like super unique and like not very common. I think that was really cool. I also very enjoy that you'd give like highlights of the side conversations that we do, and not take too much time on them, but you give them a small spotlight to like acknowledge that it's happening. It makes like all the side comments feel more real.
Yeah, because it's like, you know, like mixing the fact, like, I like that you guys are doing it in chat, because, like, obviously, like, 5 people can't talk at once out loud, but they just still have a call to it. I'm experimenting with it. I'm glad it's going well. Good to know that.
I have one small thing. I think the beginning was pretty slow.
It was, yeah.
I mean, that was kind of, like, unavoidable to a certain extent, because it was going through backgrounds, going through very, like, significant, like, RP moments.
There are definitely things I could have done to like take it a little faster, though. So you know, it's fair. It's fair.
But I like all the foreshadowing that you've done today, and I'm excited to see what's going on. But my opinion is that I would like to get a move on so that we could get to Cathator and see the end of this war arc.
Yeah.
And that's my 2 cents.
Wonderful. Thank you all for coming out. We are going to raid. We're gonna raid Vorpaltail. And I will see you all on the Flip Dreamers. Oh wow, I typed it to roll 20. Oh my god. Thank you for coming out. Thank you, oh gosh, for the raid. Fairly well.
Kai, did you buy boxes today?
I had these. I'm just building a new deck.
Oh, okay.
Any raid now?